I was evicted. Were you happy? I understand.
Was I happy?
No, I understand that you have your bond with your level 2 people, and people are like happy that some of you are still here and everyone is giving. I get that.
Ladies foot. People are not doing ladies foot. Thank you.
After men.
You me just hearing it from people.
From people's voice. Which one from people's? It was literally there.
Yeah,
there was not a decision made.
So you talk, girl. Don't stop saying you don't talk, you talk. You actually do talk.
Do you know the funniest thing? She never even said, she just said you were relaying gist that you heard from somewhere.
So now, what I'm just trying to tell you is that I don't owe beauty anything.
I'm not stupid. I'm just, I feel like if I didn't do this, I'll be taking away my own blessing. You know what I'm saying?
She's not everything, no?
Hey guys, you're welcome back to my YouTube channel. You're welcome to today's YouTube live stream, today's conversation with Glory Bbnaija. My name is Glory Bbnaija, and this is Frankly Speaking with Glory. I am the girl with the T. I'm super excited to have all of you on here today. Thank you all so much for coming through. My sincerest apologies for starting like 5 minutes late. I had to ensure that everything was set up and working fine. All right, we don't want to have any glitches here and there today. So as I said, I'm super excited to have you all on here. And what else? Yeah, for those of you who were waiting before the live stream started, as usual, I'll always appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for waiting for me. As I always pray, I will still pray again the same thing today, that people will also wait for you the way you wait for me. Thank you all so much. And guys, there's a lot to talk about today. There's a lot to unpack on today's conversation, and I cannot wait to start. But before we do so, let me remind you all to please like this live stream. All right, use the thumbs up button. Just give this live stream a like. You know, if you are enjoying it already. I know we're just starting, but you can just give it a like even as we proceed. And for those of you in the comment section, please just indicate with your country's flag. We want to know where you are joining from. I personally would love to know where you're joining from. I would love to acknowledge you, because it's always a pleasure having you all here wherever you are joining from. So thank you all so much. All right. Okay, so without much further ado, one last thing to remind you all about is that this live stream is virtual. Virtual in the sense that I'm going to just spend a few minutes to analyze from my perspective and also from what we've been shown from the show, all right, what we've been seeing from TV. And when I'm done, I'm going to go ahead and share the link to this conversation in the comment section. So please, if you would love to share your own thoughts, your own perspective, just use the link to click on it to speak, all right? We would love to hear from all of you. And mind you, this live stream is not for a selected few. It is for every single one of you on here, all right? Okay, without much further ado, we're just going to continue with this, or rather start today's conversation. So first off, the highlights for what we're going to be talking about today, we will be looking at events from Wednesday, all right? Because we had a live stream on Wednesday, and oh my God, we spent almost 5 hours analyzing and dissecting, and it was such a long time. So what we're going to do today is we will not bother starting from what happened on Sunday anymore, all right? We'll just continue from what happened within the week. So first off, we're going to look at the pre-reunion. I call it pre-reunion, all right, because it seems that way. So we're going to start with the pre-reunion conversation that happened in the level 3 house. Yes, that happens between Sheggz, Fina, Chomzi, Eluswags, who else? Groovy and Chichi. Yeah, it happened amongst those people. They were the selected few that had paid for a Showmax movie date, and Big Brother had required of them to go together and to also spend the night in that house. And so they had utilized an opportunity to settle old and fresh scores. And guys, it was not funny at all. In a way, I was kind of disappointed because I felt like, no, some of these things that these housemates are talking about, these are things that should have been better left for the reunion for next year. Yeah, now that you're talking about it, guys, I don't know, it feels like they're robbing us off the excitement of the reunion show. But we never know, more things will come. We're going to get into analyzing that conversation. And then, still coming from that conversation, there were a lot of things that happened. Chomzi was on a vindictive mode. Yes, she was in a vindictive and malicious mode as she was tackling both Fina and Groovy. I'll tell you why she was tackling those two people. There's a lot more to that gist. And then there was also Chomzy that was tackling Chichi as well. Yeah, calling her a betrayal. Guys, we're going to talk about that one as well. And then there was Ella Swags who got upset with Chomzy and decided to give her space. But then they're already back together now. But still, I'm just going to give you guys the details of what actually happened that decided to give her space, even up until the Thursday night pool party. And then there was also Sheggz. Of course, there will be no drama or scandal without Sheggz. Yes. So Sheggz also had his own role to play as he decided to cap a lot. Yeah, to lie a lot, especially about the scandalous gossip about Fina and Groovy shagging in the house just in 1 week of them becoming a shit. So we're going to talk about that, guys. And then we're also going to look at Sheggz and Bella's dinner date that happened yesterday, guys. Now, that is the bone of contention for a lot of people. I did a video about it, and a lot of us have a lot to say. I have expressed myself briefly on the video I did, but I'm going to be saying more about some of the things I observed. And I'm sure that you all also have a truckload of observations to dish out on this live stream. So please prepare it so that you can share with us. And then there's also Joey and Brian's conversation last night. Joey really got on a lot of people's nerves. Yes, she really pissed off a lot of people, including myself. And we're going to talk about it, guys. We're going to talk about it. And then there was the epic, should I call it altercation? I think altercation happens between two or more people. But this time around, it wasn't really an altercation because Chichi was at the receiving end. So it wasn't like she was actually fighting back or arguing back. She wasn't. So should I call it bashing? So let me just call it as bashing. Yeah. So there was the epic bashing that Fina meted out on Chichi as so-called friend. Yes. And it wasn't only Fina that was bashing out on Chichi. It was also the Bella, Sheggz, Ella Swags, and Chomzy's gang. And guys, quite shockingly, Rachel has automatically ported from the Edo Three Witches camp to this camp already. And guys, they continued till this morning. It was really irritating to watch. A lot of us, we are really, really upset about it. I expressed myself in the video that I did today. And guys, there's just a lot to talk about that one. And then, yeah, we just call it the gang up. Yes, we just call it the gang up. So we're going to talk about all of these things. Now, let's start with the level 3 pre-reunion conversation. In my frank opinion, that conversation that happens that night, it was filled with pretense. It was filled with false narratives. It was filled with maliciousness. It was filled with savagery from every single one of the people that had that conversation. Yes, inclusive of Groovy. Now, the beautiful thing about Groovy, which we can also look as a very, very, should I say manipulative strategy? Yeah, or calculated strategy, is the fact that in the midst of drama, Groovy always has a role to play in it, right? Especially when it comes to Fina, sometimes, not always now, but sometimes. But guess what? When the heat begins to burn, Groovy gets quiet. He recoils into his shell, and then he acts like he did not do anything. Guys, something similar happened on that particular night. I think that was on Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday, I think that was on Wednesday night. It happened. Now, let's start with Chomzy tackling Fina and Groovy. Why exactly was she tackling those two people? Now, starting with Fina, she was tackling Fina because she felt like Fina had actually betrayed her friends, Beauty and Amaka. Yes, knowing fully well that for Beauty, for instance, Beauty had just been disqualified, and whilst Beauty was still on the show, Beauty used to run to Fina for relationship advice, because she was with Groovy at that point in time and they were having a lot of issues, right? And guys, it was true. We saw all of that play out in the previous level 2 house upstairs. And according to Chomzy, why did Fina rush into a relationship with Groovy? Now, guys, in my frank opinion, that question would have been valid coming from Chomzy, but definitely not someone like Chomzy, because we know that Chomzy had a huge role to play in the issues that Groovy and Beauty used to have whilst Beauty was still on the show. Remember, Chomzy was a love interest, or should I say a crush interest for Groovy, and she was fully aware of it. Yes, and she played her cards, she played her game, and she caused a lot of problems, when the previous level 1 housemates were still staying downstairs. It was very, very chaotic. It was messy. She knew what was going on, yes, but she still played her cards regardless. And she had said a lot of nasty things about Beauty, also about Groovy, stating clearly that Groovy was not a spec, that Groovy was not the kind of guy that she would date, that even though Groovy had left beauty for her, she would not have obliged him. She would not have dated him because she's very, very hard to get. But guys, Chomzy started shocking all of us when after, beauty disqualification, Groovy has started having his thing with beauty. She became very upset. And we're wondering, like, okay, fine, we don't understand. You are the same person that's bragged a lot of times that this guy is not your spec. But then later on, you started professing that you liked him as well. And then matters did not really help when Big Brother decided to transfer Groovy to the previous level 1 house upstairs. Yes, I think that was in week 4. And Groovy already had professed his likeness for Chomzy downstairs. And then when he went upstairs, he saw Chomzy. Chomzy granted him the audience to say what he had to say. He liked her, XYZ, blah, blah, blah. And Chomzy had ran to Chi, a bestie back then, and Bella and Sheggz, a second set of besties. And Chi especially had advised Chomzy that, listen, as your friend, I would tell you that you are a spec. You are a hot meal. So there is no point in you settling for a guy who had a hand in his girlfriend getting disqualified from the show, who did not respect the absence of his girlfriend, but would rather rush off in just 1 week of his girlfriend's absence into another ship with the same girl who was preferring relationship advice to his girlfriend. And that was a very, very sound advice, in my frank opinion. It wasn't like Chi actually said anything bad in all of those advices. Yes, Chi advised Chomzy to the point that she got exhausted because she was trying to make Chomzy see reason that, listen, you are here. You have Elo Swags. Elo Swags likes you. The guy is crazy about you. This guy forfeited whatever form of ship that would have stemmed between him and Fina downstairs just to be with you. And you're not granting in the audience. Now, whilst all of this advice was coming from both Chi, from Sheggz and Bella, everything was falling into deaf ears. Chomzy was not paying attention. According to her, she really likes Groovy. And guys, look at what we are seeing today. It's very obvious that Chomzy still hasn't gotten over her likeness or her crush or whatever it is that she's feeling for this guy. She has not gotten over it. And that is majorly what is engineering all of that toxicity that's stemming from her corner towards Groovy, towards Chi, and towards Fina. And so she had gone ahead to ask that question. Now, as I said, if that question was coming from a regular Chomzy, I wouldn't have had any issues with that. But the fact that the question came from Chomzy, who also had baggage and who also had interest with Groovy, guys, it was very, very suspicious for me. And she asked that question over and over again, and she used so much energy. She was very, very vehement about the way she was posing the question. And yes, Fina was able to stand her ground. She explained herself, which I'm not going to go into because we all know the backstory to all of that. Yes, but it seemed as though Chomzy still wasn't satisfied because she was still coming from the angle of, okay, fine, I get it. Amaka was your friend, XYZ. Beauty was not really that close to you, even though Amaka had interest in, what's his name now, Giddy Fire and Dotu. And she told you to help her talk to Groovy. Why did you allow Groovy to sleep on your bed? Now, if she kept on hammering on that point over and over and over again. And that was what ticked Elo Swags off. That was what upset Elo Swags. He felt emasculated as a man. He felt degraded as a man. And looking at the fact that he also has a small statue, in comparison to Groovy, that kind of made him feel small. Because it made him feel like, okay, I don't understand. I'm over here. I'm doing all I can to make this girl happy. And here she is, making me feel like I am nothing. Making me feel like I am less of a man. So it had really gotten to Elo Swags. Yes. And so by the time they had returned back downstairs to the main house, he had decided to separate himself from her bullshit, from her baggage. And when he had tried to have a conversation with her, what was her claim? She was like, I feel like we are closer when we were upstairs. Now that we are downstairs, I rarely see you. I'm like, oh my days, I'm going to faint. Chomzy is going to cause me to faint. I mean, guys, hearing that statement from Chomzy, it was very disgusting because Elo Swags literally breathes the same air that Chomzy breathes anywhere they are, upstairs or downstairs. When these people are sleeping together, Elo Swags' face is in Chomzy's ass. I'm sorry, but I just have to put it that way because there's no other way for me to describe how close these two people are. They play PDAs a lot, but then that still does not hide the fact that Chomzy is still very much smitten by Groovy. And from time to time, we see Groovy telling Chomzy, let's talk, I want us to talk. And we see Chomzy longing for that conversation. But the conversation never happens. And guess what? It contributes to her frustration because she feels like Groovy is leading her on. Now, Groovy, on the other hand, is not really innocent, and that's about what we're going to talk about right now. For Groovy, Groovy's own explanation about the whole Beauty's disqualification, according to him, he owes Beauty no loyalty because as at the time that they were still in the house, before Beauty got disqualified, both of them, they had settled their scores. Beauty had apologized to him, and they kind of had a clean break off. So at that point in time, he was free, a free agent. He was not in a relationship with Beauty. They had broken off by virtue of the fact that Beauty had actually washed him out the previous night, which resulted in the double strikes that she received the next day that also resulted in a disqualification from the show. Now, my bone of contention with Groovy, whilst he was explaining the dynamics that existed between himself and Beauty, was the fact that he gave no clarity whatsoever as to what exactly was going on between himself and Fina. Fina had spent time talking about how Groovy was the one that moved on to her, how Groovy was the one that led her on, how Groovy was the first person to tell her that I like you, I prefer you to your friend Amaka, I want to be with you, I want to sleep in your bed. How Groovy was the one that actually sourced her out. But when it was time for Groovy to speak, Groovy did not acknowledge what he has with Fina. He did not acknowledge all of Fina's explanations. And guys, at that point in time, to be very honest, I didn't actually give a fuck. Yeah, because in my frank opinion, I feel like those two people, they're actually playing a game, but it seems as though Fina is more invested in the vibes that they're having than Groovy. So I could not really blame him either. But then I noticed that I thought I should mention it. Anyways, yeah. Talking about Sheggz, how did Sheggz expose Chi-Chi? Guys, okay, I didn't even talk about Chomzy's attack on Chi-Chi. Yeah, Chomzy really spent a lot of time that night attacking Chi-Chi. Now, I must give credit to Chomzy. Chomzy calls a spade, but then she's also a pathetic liar, as she has proven herself to be on the show. Yes, the fact that she calls a spade does not make her better than all the other people that were involved in that conversation. But still, I'm going to give her accolades for being able to call a spade a spade. Every single thing that she had been gossiping about Chi-Chi behind her back, she was able to say it to Chi-Chi's face that night. Now, what was those things that she was saying? She was telling Chi-Chi that Chi-Chi is a betrayal of a friend. Chi-Chi has no loyalty to her bones, that Chi-Chi is that friend that's going to throw you under the bus, that Chi-Chi is that friend that switches, that fluctuates a lot. And then she used the fact that Chi-Chi had kind of abandoned her friendship with herself, Chomzy, and Sheggz and Bella to support Rachel when Rachel was having issues with the people I mentioned. And also to support Fina when Fina was having that altercation with Bella and Sheggz over food. Now, in as much as I do not support the idea of friends throwing friends under the bus, I feel like Chi-Chi already had it coming. Like she already had her own reason for switching that way. Yeah. She and Bella, they had one or two altercations. They had one or two issues. Yes. And then I think it resulted to her nominating Bella last week for nomination of possible eviction. And then she had moved on to Bella, probably trying to see if both of them could resolve issues between them. And then that Rachel issue happened. And she had told Bella that Bella was wrong, but Bella was still remaining adamant that she was right. And remember, there already exists a friendship between Chi-Chi and Fina. And Fina was also, in fact, the whole house was against what Sheggz and Bella had done that night. The pouring of Rachel's food on the table and all of that shenanigans that happened. So everybody had actually taken Rachel's side, and matters did not really help when Big Brother had, exposed the full clips on the Sunday that these two people had actually received their strikes. So Chi-Chi had chosen not to be on Sheggz and Bella's side anymore because she had seen that these two people, they deliberately, intentionally instigate problem all around the house. And for her, she cannot afford to be around those people anymore because she already has a strike. And she has tried to talk to Bella especially, but Bella does not really see anything wrong in what she's doing. what she has done. And so she's trying to remove herself from issues and decided, okay, fine, if this place is too hot for me to handle, let me move on to my friend Fina. And that was what formed the bond that Fina, Chichi, and Rachel had earlier this week. Is it earlier this week? I think from last week, Thursday, or maybe last week, during the fight and all. That was what sprung up the bond. And that was why people started calling the three of them the three Edo witches. Yes. And what were they talking about? Discussing all of Sheggz and Bella's shenanigans, talking about the things that has been happening in the house, especially with regards to food. Yes. And it wasn't like they were just the ones dishing out the energy. Sheggz and Bella too were also dishing out the same kind of energy. And so Chomzi decided to pick a side. As usual, she chose Sheggz and Bella's side. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that because, of course, everybody has a right to choose whichever camp they want to belong to. And so, Chomzi kept on calling Chichi out, but guess what? Chichi also called her out. Chichi also dragged her as well. In fact, both of them respected each other's energy, and Chichi called her out to be fake, because she would constantly say things and say, oh, me, I don't used to talk. Me, I don't know how to disrespect people. But then Chichi also exposed her. That this is who you are. You act like you're this, but then you are that. And so we thought that after that conversation that night, everything was going to simmer down, everything was going to calm down. But guys, guess what? It did not. Now, before I move away from that night's conversation, that was also Sheggz's defense of his woman, Bella. Now, you remember that scandalous gossip that happened on the very first week, in fact, Monday precisely, after Big Brother had first done the merger of the two levels. There was that scandalous gossip, that sprang up from Amaka, flowed to Chichi. Chichi told it to Bella. Bella told it to Chomzi. Then Chomzi used it to confront Groovy when Groovy was asking her to be his girlfriend upstairs. And then she was telling him that, no, but you're already in something. And the guy was like, no, we're just vibing. And he said, but someone told me XYZ, that you and this girl in just 1 week, both of you are already shagging in the house and giving each other blowjobs beneath the sheets. And so Groovy, once again, who is one suspect, one instigator that nobody is looking at. People literally look off this guy's side because they feel like he's very quiet. What did Groovy do? In a very emotionally unintelligent way, he took that conversation to Fina, as if he was blaming Fina, for having more conversations about their shenanigans beneath the sheet. And then Fina fled up. She fled up. She went and confronted Chomzi, and Chomzi said, oh, it was Bella that told me. Bella outrightly denied Chomzi, betrayed Chomzi, as a matter of fact. I said, no, I did not tell you shit. Guess what? They actually did. I did a video about it, and I played the clips about it. And then much later, in fact, on 3 occasions now, Bella has been confessing here and there that she actually did say things to Chomzi. And guess what? You see that part in the gist about, oh, they're actually shagging and all. It was actually Bella that added that part to the story. Chichi did not add that part to the story. Chichi did not. Chichi only relayed the gossip that she and Amaka had to Bella. So, sorry guys, it was just very, very messy and chaotic. So, what Sheggz did that night during that conversation, he utilized an opportunity to want to play into the good books of Fina and Groovy. Remember, he already had a fallout with Fina and Groovy, courtesy of Bella's altercation with those two people. So he was trying to make peace. He was trying to be on their good side because he had seen that, okay, these two people, they are very strong. I cannot possibly have issues with them. So I need to make peace with them either ways. And so he was lying outrightly, saying that, oh, my woman does not cap. That's Bella does not lie. Blah, 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 XYZ. This is what Bella said. And guys, Chichi had to stand up for herself that, no, your woman lied. Because I told her XYZ, the remaining part of the story that's causing the issue right now, she added that part to herself. And according to Bella, from all the confessions that she has been making around the house, she says she had to be very descriptive about the gossip to Chomzi so that it will help Chomzi to be more aware of the sort of person that Groovy is, so that Chomzi would not blindly walk into a relationship with Chomzi upstairs. Now, guys, I'm not blaming any of these ladies. I would say that aside it being a very, very scandalous and toxic gossip, they were all looking out for their friend Chomzi. But then now, Chomzi is that one person that lacks emotional intelligence. Yeah, they gave you information to use as a weapon to know how to follow this guy that is preaching love to you. What do? you give him your reason that like, hell no, I don't want to be in a thing with you. I have LO swags. But guess what? She decided to open her mouth. Wow. I went to go and tell him, oh, I cannot be with you because they told me that you're already shagging in the house. How is that smart? That is so unsmart. Yeah. Bella, yeah, she outrightly betrayed her friend Chumsy, but in a way, I could not really blame her at that point in time. Although I blamed her because she was outrightly lying, and I was expecting her to own with her full chest that yes, I said what I said, because she had always been that one person that would claim that, oh, I'm not afraid of anybody. But then that period, she actually acted like a coward, and she could not own it up with her full chest. But then, if you look at it from another angle, I couldn't really blame Bella that much anymore because, yeah, she said what she said to Chumsy for Chumsy to have a weapon to defend herself from getting overly love bombed by, Groovy. But then Chumsy decided to use that information at her own detriment, and then it escalated into all of that crap. Now, what do I have an issue with these people, these housemates? It's the way they throw each other under the bus. It's the way they throw each other under the bus. And then they still come back and continue their friendship. Yeah. It's the way they throw each other under the bus and then they still come back together and act like they're the best of friends. Anyways, let me quickly fast forward to the next one, Sheggz and Bella's dinner. Guys, you know what? Let me just drink water first before I think about this because it's a lot. It was boring. It was dry. It lacked life. It lacked vibes. I said all these words I'm saying right now, I said it on my video before, but I just feel like saying it again because I'm looking for the right words. Okay, maybe the better way to put it is they should never have had that dinner. Instead, that 600 pocket naira that they paid for that dinner, they should have just given it to Big Brother as a special order for Big Brother to buy them whatever kind of food they wanted to eat. Then Biggie could have as well delivered that food to them, especially into the house, not in the garden, not by wasting space, but into the house. They could have taken the food into the house and then in their usual manner, of staying on top of in fact, any part of the house, they could have eaten that food inside the house. They would not have wasted makeup. They would not have wasted perfumes. They would not have wasted our time, my precious time. They would not have wasted the camera time. They would not have wasted Big Brother's time. Guys, overall, it was a waste. Not a waste. It was a waste. Yeah, English would not fail me. It was a waste. I put it to you that dinner should never have happened. Yeah, that money would have better been invested in buying proper food. They take it into the house and they eat as much as they like. Because, ladies and gentlemen, every single lyric, every single capping that Sheggz capped last night is the same old lyrics that we've been hearing from week one. And there's absolutely nothing wrong about it. The only thing that's wrong about it was the torture of sitting through that. It was boring. And I'm going to leave it there. I'm not going to talk about it anymore. I'm going to leave it to you all to come and talk about it. All right? Anyways, moving on. Joey and Brian's conversation, guys. You know what? At this point, I'm sick and tired of doing sense of entitlement to friendships in the house. And guys, I'm not really bothered anymore about it because I know that she's actually playing a manipulative strategy. Yeah. Because I had to go and watch her intro video all over again. Yeah. I had to go and watch it all over again. And for real, I just made up my mind that, okay, you know what, this girl, she knows what she's doing. Because she called Brian last night. This was before the whole Fina Chumsy Chichi issue happened. She called Brian. She said, oh, I heard that you betrayed me. I heard that when I was evicted, you were happy I was evicted. I heard that you were gossiping about me. Somebody told me, people told me you were gossiping about me, that I used to involve myself in people's conversation. I'm like, not again, Big Brother. Ebuka, Biggie, production organizers, I beg you in the name of God, come tomorrow Just give these people a clean exit from that house. It's exhausting. I'm sorry. There's a difference between rich content and there's a difference between toxic content. I think it's exhausting now. Doing is done playing that game. I think it's time for her to go home. Yeah. I mean, she started off playing her game in a very, very beautiful way. Doing created a reputation for herself that a lot of the viewing audience really aligned with. You know, where people come into a show with a mindset of, I'm going to be the villain. And guys, trust me, Glory Elijah was looking forward to, standing the villain all season. Yes. Yeah. But then, Joy was that one person that came into the house first with a mantra that I don't have to be manipulative to play this game. I don't have to be mean to play this game. She was that one person that used to fight for the previous level 2 housemates a lot. Yeah, she was that person. And she made a name for herself. And guess what? Doing had a huge fan base. I say she had. She had. Yes, she had, because people were really fighting a case for Doing. Yeah. Especially that particular night that Sheggz, Bella, Chichi, Chomzi sat down, they tabled this girl's matter, and they, especially Bella, insulted this girl from, I think, for about 3-4 hours, because I sat up all night listening to that conversation and I almost wept for Doing, and I spent the whole night tweeting and tweeting and tweeting. Why was I tweeting? I wanted to rewrite that narrative because those people were spreading an ugly narrative about Doing, the same way they did about Adekunle. I took it upon myself and I tweeted endlessly. And let me just add this part, that as at that point in time, her fans, they were licking my ass. Oh, Glory, thank you so much for vindicating Doing when she now started being what she is now. They said, Glory, you hate Doing. Oh, Glory, you coming to come and cry on my timeline. Please. It was just very annoying. What am I saying? Yes, I understand she's playing a game, but trust me, I'm going to say it anytime, any day. Doing is playing a very, very manipulative game. And it is something that Brian has come to recognize. And in Brian's words, it does not augur well with him. In Brian's words, he does not like it. Why? Because Doing is so entitled to his emotions as a human being. At the age of 22, Brian is woke enough to know that there's only one person he is vulnerable enough and open enough to in that house, and that is none other than Daniela. And that is because he and Daniela, they struck up a bond from day one of getting into that house. He looked at Daniela and he told Daniela, you smell like home. You look like home. You're going to be my G for life, especially on this show. And both of them, they've been friends ever since. And then out of the blues, Doing decided to put herself in that equation. And if you've been watching the show, guys, since the merger of the two levels happened, you will see that Doing has been seriously trying to squeeze out emotions from Brian, just as she enjoys the fact that a lot of people come to her with their relationship and individual problems. Brian has never been that one person to do that, because he already has a confidant in the house, and that's Daniela. And so she has been trying so hard to break through Brian's wall, through Brian's barriers, because Brian has his defenses up. If he's not close to you, he does not open up to you that much. So Doing had been trying so hard to break through. But guess what? Brian has been resisting. He plays with her, but then he plays with her according to how she presents herself. And that is why their friendship is so toxic, very, very disrespectful, very, very insulting. They insult each other at the snap of your fingers. They're insulting each other. And it's filled with so much disrespect. It's disgusting watching those two people going at each other. And so when Doing brought up that conversation with Brian last night, Brian was very, very upset, because he was asking, who is that person? Who told you XYZ? But she refused to speak. He was so upset, he went to bed angry. He had to have that conversation with Daniela. He went to bed angry. This guy was upset. And even Chomzi was so upset. Chomzi made a statement. He said, listen, if not for the fact that I value Doing as a friend, I will react the way you, Brian, is reacting right now. But I beg you, because I like Doing and I'm invested in how she is in this house, let it go. Even, I'm talking about Cheesy, not Chomzi. Cheesy was irritated. And mind you, Cheesy are Doing, they are bringing up this thing. I don't know whatever it is, whether it's a joke. A part of my brain is telling me that the guy is just on assignment with Doing, trying to change her from being who she is, but then it seems as though she's not really changing. Yeah. But then it was just exhausting last night. But moving away from that, not to waste too much of your time, because I can't wait to hear from all of you guys. The last thing I'm going to be touching up on is the whole drama that happened last night. In my frank opinion, that was a nasty gang up. And this is not the first time such a gang up is happening in this season of Big Brother. This is not the first time. So the gang up happened. And I did a video this morning and I mentioned that Fina really disappointed me. Fina disappointed me. 1 second, guys. Let me just quickly see. Yeah. I mentioned that Fina really disappointed me. The way she handled that situation, it was bad. I'm just going to give you guys a brief rundown of what exactly transpired between those two people. I talked about it on my video, right? Okay, I'm just going to try to be brief with the summary of it all. Now, Fina was having conversations with Sheggz, Bella, Joey. No, okay, Joey was not there. But there was Hermes, Allison, Chumsy, and the Swags. Yes, that was after the couple had their dinner. And for the first time, Fina sat down to have a proper conversation with them. She wanted to know what they were talking about, and they said a lot of things, and even said some things that shouldn't have been said about Chichi because Chichi was not there. For me, as long as Chichi is not there, there was no point even bringing Chichi's conversation into it. And Chumsy was very, very intentional about her continuous insistence that Chichi is that one friend that switches up at any time, because she still hadn't gotten over the fact that Chichi is now very good friends with Fina, and Fina used her veto power to save Chichi from possible eviction this week. So she's been very bitter about it. She's been very angry, very, very vindictive about it. And she had this motive, this agenda of exposing Chichi to Fina. And guys, it's God, I don't understand what Chumsy wants. Because the Chichi that you want to expose to Fina, it's not like she even likes the Fina that much. She's still very much upset with the Fina. Why? Because Fina is with her dream guy. And I'm looking at Chumsy and I'm wondering, like, Chumsy, what the hell do you want? Do you want the air that they breathe in that house? Do you want to covet it all to yourself? Like, really? Do you want to covet it? Is it that you don't want anybody else in that house to breathe? Just Chumsy breathing. Really? So she was saying all what she said. Chichi heard. She came to the room the first time, and I don't know, I think she just couldn't stay there. And then they were sarcastically telling her to chill, and she was like, blah, 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 she's not there. They shouldn't talk about her. And then she left. And then she said the second time she returned there, Fina was on the floor. Now, when I say that there was a misunderstanding, that was where the misunderstanding happened. Remember, Chichi had given Fina alcohol. Chichi was also drinking as well. So everybody knows that Fina in that house has a reputation of her inability to manage her alcohol intake. She gets easily tipsy. She gets easily tipsy and wasted. And that was why she and Groovy constantly butted heads. Yeah, it was over her drinking. Because according to Groovy, when you drink, you don't see yourself. You do things, you say things, you do this, blah, blah, blah. So they had an agreement, sort of. You would drink when there's a party, but you won't drink any other day of the week. So remember, yesterday was Friday, there was no party in the house. And she was drinking. So at the time that she was on the floor, demonstrating what she wants to go and do to her baby, that's Groovy, that was the time that Chichi had actually come to the room again. And she had seen Fina on the floor. And in her mind, oh my God, something is actually happening. Now, the mistake Chichi made was not handling that situation by herself. She should have tried. If she couldn't, then she would have gone ahead to look for somebody else. Maybe not Groovy, but somebody else. Not Groovy, because Groovy would have been really disappointed. Yes, knowing fully well. I don't know if she knows about the conversation that, okay, I think she knows, because the last time they had the notification, Chichi was actually present. Chichi had actually cooked that day, and Groovy had gone to collect his own food without Fina. So, yeah, she was fully aware that both of them, the only thing that really makes them quarrel a lot as a ship is the alcohol part, the alcohol issue. So that was the mistake she made, in my frank opinion. She made that mistake of going to go and call Groovy. Now, why did she bang on the door of the headman's bedroom? It was this same Sheggz that had told Chichi that the door is soundproof, that the bedroom itself is soundproof. So if you knock once, nobody will hear you. Guys, that is a blatant lie. Oh God. That is a blatant lie. And I'll tell you why. Because sometimes when people in the head of house room are having conversations, sometimes people outside may hear. So it's not soundproof. Anyways, it was Sheggz that told her that. And so she was banging on the door. And Groovy, who was having his bath, he had come out tying a towel. Now, I don't know how, guys. I did not see it. I don't think we were even shown. Yeah, because I was watching that. We did not see what tone Chichi had spoken with. We did not see her manner of approach. But what we saw was that, Groovy was explaining that Groovy should come and get his woman. That is, she thinks that Fina is tipsy. And that kind of infuriated Groovy. Now, the misunderstanding there is that Fina was not tipsy, as she claimed not to. She was not tipsy. She was only demonstrating what she wanted to go and do with her baby. That's Groovy. And so, when they had gotten back, that's Fina and Groovy, they were back in the house bedroom, and she was trying to get freaky, as usual, with Groovy. Groovy, in a very, very emotionally unintelligent manner, had brought up the conversation. And guys, this is the part where I tell you that Groovy is a silent instigator. He enjoys riling up Fina. Because when he mentioned, he said, Chichi told me that you were on the floor now. Chichi told me that she saw you on the floor now. He knew that was going to upset Fina. And when Fina was upset, Fina said, do you want us to go and ask Sheggz and Bella if it was true or not? He said no. And then he was like, what do you want to do now? You gave her that dirty, dirty information. And then you are the same person asking her, what do you want to do? Knowing fully well that she's going to overreact. Now, that question alone already triggered Fina. And Fina was like, I'm going to go and confront Chichi. I'm going to go and confront them. And then she was going, and Groovy made as if he was holding her hand. If Groovy really wanted Fina to stay with him in that, he would have held her. Knowing fully well that it has that effect on Fina. But he let Fina go. He allowed Fina to go and fight. And then he stayed in the room and he was like, now wow. And then probably remembering that, okay, if I don't go and hold this girl, they will say another beauty episode is happening. Okay, let me go outside. And then he went outside. Strategy. That was what I saw right there. Strategy. And then Fina was there. Fina talked and talked and talked, and they allowed her to talk and talk and talk. And Fina was ranting. Now, that was where I did not agree with Fina. For me, that was very, very childish of Fina. You have issues, or someone brought an issue about you. And the other part is they had already talked about this thing before. So I was wondering why she went again. Because they had already had this conversation. She and Groovy, they had already gone to go and meet Chichi. They had talked about this thing earlier. Chichi was already in bed. And Chichi had cleared the air. This is why she now went outside. That was when she was shouting. Now, my annoyance in all of this was that Fina blindly, or should I say she opened her eyes and played into the hands of the frenemies. Chomzy was very excited that, yes, she had accomplished her mission to scatter the friendship between Fina and Chichi. Sheggz and Bella were happy because they had been looking for their own pound of flesh. They felt betrayed by Chichi, so they had been looking for a way to rip her and rid her of the one last friendship she had in that house, and that's with Fina. And they had succeeded last night because Fina, in a very unintelligent way, was on their side. And it pained me because this was the same Fina yesterday that was having a conversation. Was it yesterday morning? Yeah, Thursday morning. This was the same Fina. There was having a conversation with Groovy. In fact, both of them, they had a lengthy conversation in the morning, in the early hours of the morning, about, let's say, 9 a.m. or thereabouts. They were analyzing what Chomzy was trying to do to them and to Chichi that night, that Wednesday night, in the level 3 house. And both of them, they had analyzed and they had dissected Chomzy's game plan. They had concluded together that, Chomzy is manipulative. They had concluded together. Because, guys, let me even tell you guys something quite interesting. Whilst they were having that conversation together, guess what? Fina was the one that was trying to make Groovy see reason that this girl Chomzy is not to be trusted. But guess what? Groovy was busy making a case for Chomzi. What was he saying? He was like, but one thing I like about Chomzi, she's that girl that she has something to say about you. She will say it with her full chest. He made that statement 3 times or even more. And for every time he made that statement, Fina would say, but don't forget, she's being manipulated because, and just like Chichi said something about me upstairs, me too, I said something about Chichi. We've resolved our differences. So why is she coming again to come and try to put our heads together? Groovy will still go back to his old argument. But one thing I like about Chomzi though, if she has something to say about you, she'll say it to your face. She does not care. And I'm like, bro, I understand that you're not fully invested in this relationship, but can you at least hide it? Hide it. Why are you shamelessly? Like guys, it was really irritating. It was really irritating. But then, aside that, both of them they had analyzed Chomzi's game plan. So it really pained me last night that even with the knowledge that they had that Chomzi was coming after their relationship and their friendship with Chi, Fina still allowed herself to get played. And that was what kind of convinced me that Fina was indeed tipsy. I'm going to take a water break briefly. She was slightly tipsy from what I saw. I think another reason she acted that way is that when it comes to men, I don't know how many of you have noticed, it seems as though Fina loses her mind. It seems as though when it comes to men's matter, Fina is ready to throw anybody under the bus. She's ready to eliminate anybody just to keep whatever she has going. It seems as though Fina is that one friend that she does not mind throwing you under the bus to get what she wants. And it's not a good thing, guys. Well, it's a game, so anything goes, right? But not everything goes. Especially if it has happened more than once. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Especially if it has happened more than once. It's not a good look. It's not a good thing. It builds an ugly reputation about you. When you come out of the house after the show, people begin to question your character. People begin to question who you truly are. People begin to be wary of you, especially having their men around you. They begin to look at you and say, if you've done this before, you can do it again. At the end of the day, Bbnaija is a reality TV show. And so in as much as the housemates are playing the script, they are also playing their reality. The way they behave in the house, in a way, it is how they would also deal with issues outside the house. Typical example is Allison. The way we see Allison behaving in the house, guys, I feel like even in the room, when we put her out there, she will still be misbehaving up and down. She will still be jumping like this, like Leper. So I was really disappointed in Fina. I felt like she could have handled it better. She could have had a one-on-one conversation with Chichi, which she had actually done before, and then it was just very annoying that she had decided to go at Chichi again. And I respected Chichi so much for the first time yesterday. I had been upset with Chichi that Big Brother did not give her that strike for what she did with Diana. But for the first time yesterday, I had so much respect for Chichi. Why? Because she did not overreact as well. So imagine if she had matched up Fina's energy the way Fina was yelling at her. Both of them, they would have had a massive, massive altercation last night. And it would have been really ugly. And I love the fact that she came out and she confronted Sheggz. Now listen, there's nothing about me coming to come and remove Fina because I don't want you to cap and tell her XYZ. If there's anything you think I'm hiding from Fina, go ahead and say it to her. I don't care. Fina and I were friends. We've settled our differences. I said things about her upstairs. She said things about me downstairs. We've talked about it and we've settled our differences. So go ahead and say whatever you think I did not say. And Bella was shouting, Chichi, you did not say everything, no. You did not say everything, no. And then she was like, well, go ahead and say everything. If really there was something, I think they would have said it. So guys, yesterday was just a mess, to be very honest. I saw it as an ugly gamble. It was just an ugly gamble. And they were also excited. And then Rachel, at this point in time, I'm going to end my own analysis by asking the question. Do you guys really think Rachel is still playing the game as a rider? Or she has now taken all the issues in the house extremely personal? I ask this question because when it comes to Cheesy, Cheesy is so accurate in the way he plays the role of the rider, in that even though he has altercation with people in the house, when he goes into the diary room for the diary session, he goes ahead to explain to Big Brother that what he is doing is by virtue of the fact that he is expected to play the role of a rider, not because he has any personal grievances with any of those persons involved. But with Rachel, guys, I don't know. I think it's ugly what she's doing at the moment. It's really ugly. It's really, really, really ugly. It does not really look good on her. And now it makes her look very, very petty and malicious, just as Chumsy. Because earlier this morning, Chumsy decided to download Fina's gist to Rachel, to download Chichi's gist to Rachel. This is the same Fina that Chumsy was saying last night that, oh, Fina, I fuck with you, Evie. Fina, I like you. I did this, and like professing fake love. And then she was telling Rachel that how, in her own explanation, Fina stole Beauty's boyfriend. Fina snatched Amaka's boyfriend. That's Groovy. She did not talk about her own love interest in the whole equation. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just go ahead and share the link. These people are very exhausted. Honestly, they're very exhausted. I'm happy that the show will so end, because imagine having to sit down and consume that toxicity from these housemates, guys. It's really exhausting. So I'm just going to go ahead and share the link. Please click on the link as you see the link, and I'll add you immediately if you have anything to say. All right. Now, I've given you all of the highlights. And remember, the highlights for today's conversation are the level 3 pre-reunion conversation, Chumsy, Chichi, Fina, Groovy, Sheggz, yes, and Elo Swags. Then there's the Sheggz and Bella's dinner date that happened last night. And then there's the Doyin and Brian's conversation, Doyin being entitled to Brian's emotions and Brian's friendship. And then there's Fina blasted Chichi over some misunderstanding. So if you have anything to say, just go ahead and click on this link. All right, click on the link and you'll be able to join this conversation right away. Okay, and another thing, guys, please, as you come on here to speak, I beg you all, 3 minutes is the max time, please, so that as many people that want to speak will also have the platform to speak as well, all right? So I'm going to start adding all of you right now. Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Beautiful people. You guys are talking. Hi. How are you all doing?
Fine, very well. Very well.
How are you? Free made it to the first round. Woo!
Yes, so
Yes, I'm super excited.
finally.
Yes. Listen, guys, I'm happy to have all of you on here. So quickly, let's get into the gist. I'll urge all of you all to please mute yourself, all right, so that your own interference doesn't interfere with other people's interference. Okay, so we're gonna start with Grace. Grace. Hi, Grace.
Hi, Glory.
Hi. Welcome to the conversation.
For the first time, I'm first. I was like, I'm waiting for this link to drop because the queue is not easier.
Hi, I'm so happy you're friends. How are you?
I'm fine. We had a good week, thank God.
Nice.
Just listening to all your analysis, obviously, I mean, all of us were kind of like against the level 3, those people coming back. But I have to say, I think they have done what they needed to do and they need to leave on Sunday because Doyin and Chumsy exactly have done a lot of damage this week in many ways. And to be honest, I think this is the first time people have actually seen Chumsy, apart from being competitive. We knew she was bitter, but this week she really, I don't know, it's like she knew she has been evicted. It's like, what if I do? Let me scatter it. It's going to end. Because she just, the dinner date they had, I loved the, what do you call it, the movie night they had. I think it gave them a chance to trash out their issues. I mean, even though it was trashed out in a weird way, but I think it gave them a chance to trash out some things. Elo Swag was obviously disappointed after that because you can see how he's pulled away from Chumsy. And then Sheggz had a bit more time to show a different side to Sheggz. But in all these things, which brings me to the altercation between Fina and Chi, honestly, I don't, with the Fina part, right? One thing I've come to learn about Fina is that it doesn't matter who you are, she will clear you anytime. She doesn't have, oh, this is my friend, let me do it at another time. She will clear you right there and then. But I honestly think that Chi had ulterior motives. Whatever it is that she doesn't want Chomzy to say, whatever it is that she doesn't want the other guys to say to Fina, I think that that's what drove her to go get Groovy and Daniela to actually come and call Fina, because they actually sorted it out until Groovy mentioned it again and then Fina went there. But they are fine this morning. But I think the person who will be more disappointed is Chomzy, especially between Fina and Chi. I think they have an understanding that maybe we don't get, those friends will fight, but tomorrow everything is good, and you'll be thinking you've succeeded. I think that's what happening between Fina and Chi. Yesterday, Biggie's anniversary date, because this was the same date as Emma Rose last year, the 16th of September. So every 16th of September, we'll probably be having a shippers date in Biggie's house.
I'm tired.
1 year anniversary, and we have another date. And I was just sitting there. By the end of it, I was like, did these guys actually talk about anything? All I heard was, you're the best, you're so beautiful, Big Sheggz, Big Bella, I love you. I love you. I was like, what is going on? And I kept writing. I was like, in 8 weeks, these people have already figured out in 8 weeks. Oh my God. But maybe it's the confined space. But to be honest, there was nothing, there was no giving. It was just there. I would have probably preferred to see, what's his name? Doyin and Cheesy go on a date, just because Cheesy will make you laugh or something, just for that reason. But it wasn't giving at all. But so far, I think that, and Thursday night party, Adekunle
took all the electricity from all the ladies. She has all the current. There's no current left. He left Rachel's bomb messy. Everything is gone.
Front and back. I was like, these people have Adekunle for me. I loved it so much. I was like, yes, let loose. It was actually one of the best Thursday parties this year. If not, it was the best, actually. They were all so free, so I loved it. No kissing up and down everywhere. When they had so many ships, you just be seeing people kissing one corner. That was so annoying. But I think there's a lot of drama that has happened. Doyin and Brian's thing, sometimes I feel like it's just too much sexual tension. I don't know what to explain again between those two people. Like,
did you see the way she was clinching to Brian? I was wondering, like, could she be sexually attracted to this guy? Could that be the reason he's always on his matter?
I think they just need to release a tension. Not a relationship. It's just they need to have like a once-off and they'll be fine. Because
because Brian is not giving her that energy. She's the one that is constantly, going.
I don't know, but I just feel like there's something there. But their relationship as friends is so disrespectful. I don't like it. Whenever they are speaking, I just like brush off. But either ways, Allison is going on Sunday. Dotun is going on Sunday. As for the third person, we don't yet know. And that's if Biggie removed the third person. The only question I now have is, how is Biggie going to re-evict these guys? Like, how, now that people are packing their bags, what will he tell them?
We are waiting. We are waiting with our arsenal of weapons because we're going to riot with Biggie. Biggie has to send these people home. That's it. They cannot get to week 9. It's going to be an injustice to people that have been evicted already. So anyway, thank you so much, Grace.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for keeping it short and simple. I love the way you compacted all of your thoughts in one piece. It makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much, all right?
Thank you, Gloria.
Right. All right. So we quickly move on to Tina. Tina!
Hi, Glory. Good evening.
Hi, Tina. Tina, how are you?
I just woke up. I don't want to see my face.
Hello.
Hi, Glory. Hi, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, yeah,
I just woke up now.
Okay. Tina.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't even know where to start asking you questions from. I don't want to ask you about Sheggz and Bella because you just went through. So you might carry all that venting from sleep to come and lash on those people. So let's talk about the fight from last night first. The fight from last night. Fina, Chichi,
Yeah.
Chemzi, the whole gamble thing. What are your thoughts about that?
Okay, for me, I just can you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. For me, I felt um it was uncalled for. Fina overreacted. I love Fina to death. Like literally, she's number one, like my number one winner. But I just felt she could have, pulled Chichi aside because I feel they have an understanding there. They're friends. I don't like their friendship. I don't like Chichi because when they were in level one, she was talking bullshit about Fina and the likes, and I didn't like that. But coming to level when they leveled up and they became close, I kind of liked their vibe and everything. And I felt Fina could have just, called Chichi aside and even if it was anger, as long as there's nobody there. I just felt she overreacted. And Chomzi and Bella and Sheggz, I can't just stop talking about these people. Big Brother should take them out already. I'm tired. Like, they piss me off. So they piss me off so much. Mostly that Chomzi is just a bitter girl. I feel that when she leaves the show, she should go for therapy because she's just so stupidly annoying. Like, she likes to gossip and she feels that you just like, oh, I'm very quiet, though. I don't talk too much. Mama, you dey gossip. You talk too much. Talk too much. Shut up. You're not friends with Rachel. Stop acting like you're friends with Rachel. You talk too much. My take is I feel Chomzi is in love or in lust with Groovy, and that is on period. She likes Groovy. She's in love with Groovy. She's just so she cannot just put her brain around it as to why Groovy is with Fina, and it's just so disgusting for me. She has been with Elo Swag. She has even slept with the guy. So she should stop acting like fine. People in the house might not know, but we know she's coming out to meet us now. She's coming out to meet us. And as for Biggie should please. Tomorrow must not pass. 7 p.m. By 8, she should be out of that house. I don't care how he tells them. I don't care how he tells them. My own is that they should just please leave that house. And for Sheggz and Bella, that their dinner date, I don't understand what it is anyways, but thank God the dinner has finally come and it has gone. Thank God. So, she won't say Biggie scammed them. Thank God.
Yes.
And as for people that are leaving tomorrow, I am sure 100% Alison is leaving. Dotun, bye-bye. Good riddance to bad rubbish. Then Sheggz and Bella, one of them should please go. And Biggie, if you don't evict one of those two tomorrow, there'll be problem. They should just go. In fact, two of them should even just go because I don't understand what they're doing in that house. See, this week has been emotionally draining for me. Like at some point, I stopped watching. I could not. I just didn't understand why they were brought back. I still don't understand it. Really, I do not understand it. I was emotionally drained this week, and I am emotionally drained. So you should please take them out. Which one is level 3? I beg, we don't need level 3. They should make that place a love nest or a Showmax room or whatever. They should just go. Chomdi should leave already. I'm tired of watching her. Seriously, I'm tired of watching her. She's so full of herself. And in a way, not only Bella and Sheggz are condescending, and Chomzi is. She's very, very condescending, rude, very, very disrespectful. So she should please leave. She's not Fina's friend. She's nobody's friend, really. Because if she can talk, if she can what she said in front of Elo Swag, it shows that she still likes Groovy. So I don't know why she's playing the victim game. Oh, Fina, you're not Bella's friend. You're not Beauty's friend. So shut the F up. Shut up. No, they talk with Mama, no, they cap rubbish. You're capping rubbish. As for me, Chomdi should leave already. She should even go. Elo Swag should follow. Doing. I almost forgot doing. Doing. See, somebody should please talk to Doing. It is okay for people not to like you, and it is okay for you not to have plenty friends. You have one or two like that she decided to fight with, and it doesn't make sense. It's not everybody that is your friend. When you left, so effort if people are happy that you left. I was happy when she left. I was happy. So I don't understand why I shouldn't be happy. So that we'll know how many people remain for house. So she saying Brian, see finish don't enter she and Brian matter. So that one is different. I don't think it's a sexual tension. I feel it is see finish. See the way Fina addressed Chichi. I feel she has given everybody the room to talk to Chichi anyhow, but I know Chichi is not somebody that you can just talk to anyhow.
Yeah.
Doyin is so people now. Brian talks to Doyin anyhow, and sometimes it's really really appalling and disgusting when I watch it. It makes me like, oh God, these people. Sometimes, to be fair, when I'm watching and they see Brian and Doyin at it, I just switch off. I'm like, please, I don't want to watch because it's really, really, it's draining for me. Even at the point when Fina, Chichi, Chomzi were in the level 3, when they were busy arguing, at some point I just had to take it off because I don't like it when people are too confrontational over stupid things that didn't make any sense to me. I was really, that's my take.
Thank you so much, Tina. Thank you so much. Let's just keep our fingers crossed and see how tomorrow pans out. There's rumors, as I'm also seeing here in the comment section, that Chomzi is not leaving tomorrow, and I'm wondering why.
No.
Gloria,
Glory, you know that you have. Can you hear me? I know you have rumors. Anything you say, we will believe you. Big serious. If Chomzi does not leave tomorrow, this Big Brother level up season is 0. She should leave. Ebuka has said it on the 18th. They are leaving. Okay, 18th don't come tomorrow. They should go. There's nothing like I beg. If you have any juicy gist for us, tell us. Let us. Let me start nursing my pain now because when it comes to tomorrow, I think I'm going to break down because I'm so invested in this Big Brother. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really, really invested in this. Like I just want this thing.
We're all invested. That's why we're talking about it.
I can't sleep. Sometimes when I'm in the office and they call me, like, are you watching Big Brother on your phone? Then I see what it is. I'm like, what has happened again? It's like, I'm drained. They should just, people should just mistake the 6 people that are living to should just go. You should tell them, anyway, you want to tell them, either in the sleep, in the dream, via telephone, anything. I don't give a fly dev. They should go tomorrow, period.
All right, Tina. Thank you so much, Tina. The pressure is getting wetter. We're going to see how that goes tomorrow. All right, Tina. Thank you so much. We're going to quickly move on to Aji. Hi, Aji.
Hi, Glory.
I feel like we're twinning in a way. What's the color of your hairband?
High five.
How are you?
So, today I'm beginning from the newest gist to the oldest.
Okay, carry on.
Starting from the dinner. What a shame. Bella, shame on you. Shame on you. The way she kept pressurizing Big Brother, like, oh, this dinner date, oh, this. I thought maybe she was going to be all lovey-dovey. And did you see a dry chemistry on that dinner date? Like, there was nothing. No, like, oh my goodness. I was like, wow. I know it's a show, they're playing a game, but come on. You've been there long enough to ignore their cameras. At least do something nice. Do something to entertain us. Do something to rub off that bad image that you're toxic, whatever. And then Sheggz, same old Sheggz, nothing new. So from today, there is nothing new about Sheggz. We've seen it all. Because if there was any point for himself, like for him to do something different, it was yesterday. It was yesterday. To prove Ebuka wrong, it was yesterday. Let Bella take the lead. Let her be the one to confess or to reassure you or to do all of that. Let her be. Like, do something. Carry her around. Do something so that we can see you love this girl.
It was so annoying.
Can you imagine? With a whole cake, roses. You could not do anything. Oh my goodness.
They could not even have a cake or even cheers to their love. There was wine. There was wine glasses. They couldn't even say, okay, cheers to our love. They couldn't even say, okay, let's cut a cake. Come on, creative. Oh my God. People were
That's
thinking
when
that, oh,
you
maybe
know.
it's because they didn't do romantic stuff, they didn't kiss. He said, no, it wasn't about them kissing or smooching. No, there were so many things that they could have done to spice it up. Come on.
I'm telling you. So from today, whatever they do, I don't care about their love, whether they get married. That marriage will be a bumper road. That's what I'll say. And then moving on to Chichi and Fina. One thing, Fina doesn't know how to conduct herself when she's pissed about something. When it comes to friends, she doesn't differentiate between friends or people you're too close to and other people, because the way she addresses Sheggz is the same way Chichi is the same way Amaka. But one thing I'll appreciate when it comes to Amaka, the dragging was not all of that. And one thing I'm disappointed so much in Amaka, that Fina was really a friend. If she was not, the way Fina dragged Chichi, she would have done that to Amaka. But what does it show you? That Amaka was really her friend, was really a friend, because that gossip was really getting to Groovy. And Fina, when it comes to Groovy, she will shout the house down. But guess what? She kept telling them, dead the issue, leave it alone. That's how much she loved Amaka. But when Amaka came out, it's like she didn't watch any video. Fina, one head of house, everyone was congratulating her. Even Deji, who was not in level 2. I didn't see anything from Amaka. I was like, oh my goodness, so this girl liked Groovy this much. Because people are saying, oh, Fina, like she went behind Amaka's back. But guess what? Amaka was throwing the shade, like everything at Fina with level 1 housemates, when Fina was literally looking out for Amaka. Even when Amaka would fuck up, she would be like, Amaka, this. She would not engage in any conversation that was dragging Amaka or doing something extra, you know? So I was really disappointed. And I'm scared that Fina may come out and give up on her. And yet they had such a good friendship. Because Fina is one person that she moves on quickly. She forgets that you had an argument yesterday. She forgets everything, and that's why I'm hopeful that she will still be friends with Chichi regardless, even when they go outside. Because for her, it's like, if you're good to me, I'm good to you. If you're bad to me, I'll bring it. But if we talk about it, then it's gone. That's the good thing about her. Just she has to learn to differentiate between your friends and other people. And then the next issue. Level 3. Oh my goodness. One thing I loved the gist. I loved the way it exposed Chomzi as not so good that she pretends to be. At least we are clear on that, because some people were still like, so now I'm clear in my mind. Chomzi is a bitter leaf, like Nigerians call her. So I'm so clear on that. And then Elo Swag doesn't know, like, he doesn't differentiate how the front and the back. He doesn't differentiate that. Everywhere, when the wind blows this side, he goes. When it blows that side, he goes. And the major problem Elo Swag has is that Fina is still with Groovy, and no one is going to tell me otherwise. Elo Swag likes Fina to death. Nobody is going to tell me otherwise. Nobody. Like, every time Fina comes close to El Swag, you see El Swag is like so welcoming. Like, he feels blessed. I don't know. I was even just watching right now. She ate from El Swag's plate, and then El Swag was all smiling. I don't know what it was about. And that's the main trigger for Chomzi. She's like, who is this girl? She shouts. She's all exactly. And then for doing, big brother, please help us save that girl's image before she spoils everything, every little thing that is still remaining. As a 24-year-old girl, young lady, woman, she's heading to the 30s, where as a woman you have to figure out everything by that age, not relationship or what, but you have to be aware of your emotions. Doi doesn't know which guy is good for her. She just lusts, I'm sorry to say that, she lusts for men's attention, and different from Fina. Fina lusts for Groovy, no one else. but Doi, every guy that tries to pay attention. And for Brian, imagine how she was being carried around by Brian, and then Cheesy was there. She was even trying to avoid Cheesy. Can you imagine? That's how bad it is. And then she has this thing that if she likes the guy, then she turns him into an enemy. Can you imagine? And then befriends the girls. Befriend the girl the guy is interested in. Imagine Modella, the way she was all Modella this, Modella that, and then Bella. Let's not forget, if Bella was not in that line of Sheggz, Doyin could have gone there. Deji, if Chichi was not there, Doyin would have gone there, and Doyin hated Chichi ever since Deji chose Chichi over Doyin. So let her go before everything spoils. And I'm still hopeful that the energy for the Thursday. Imagine Adekule. Oh my goodness. Adekule was the highlight, and Rachel. They were the two most highlight, because Chomzi always being carried, nothing new, but Rachel. Hey, that
Rachel
body. Did you see? Did you see that body? Oh my
She was
goodness. And then Adekule, please let him have fun even today, because I'm looking forward to the party, because the energy seems to be good. As for Fina, she's for nobody when it comes to shouting and like going all out. If you come for her, if you step on her left foot, she's going to throw it down for you. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Aggie. Honestly, I would love to have you continue with your analysis, because you're really hitting a lot of nails on different. You were really giving it to us. Thank you so much. But we really need to move on to the next person. All right, stick around. All right, there's still time. You can still come on to speak. All right, Free. Let's have you, please. Hello, Free. Is Free here? Okay, so we're gonna quickly have to move on to Purity. Hi, Purity. Oh, okay. Is this Purity or Palesa? Palesa, yeah. Hi, how are you? What's happening? Palesa?
Hello.
Please, let's have you speak. Let's have you speak. Sorry. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Liz, it's nice having you on here today. I'm seeing your face for the first time. I'm quite excited. How are you?
I'm fine. Good evening. I've been trying for weeks.
Yes, you have.
The first time it got cut, and then I've been struggling with network. So it's very nice to be on your show.
I'm happy you're
Thank you.
here. Okay,
Hello,
so where do you
everybody.
want to start from? Where do you want to start from?
I'm just gonna have like comment on 2 or 3 people. Yeah, the first time I'm gonna comment on Fina. I think people expect too much from Fina. Like, she's not perfect, guys. She's gonna make mistakes. But last, she and Chichi will fix their friendship. If they could talk smack about each other and then talk to each other about it and be friends, they will fix this one. So I don't think we should like carry their matter. Like, it's not that deep. They'll be okay. They'll fix things. They'll be fine. And then Chumzi, or what's her name? That girl. I don't like her. Like, I don't like her at all. At all. I think she has like I think she doesn't like Fina because of Groovy and Chichi. I feel like she feels like, who is Fina to take her friend and her man? Which I don't think she actually likes Groovy. I think she just likes attention from guys. I don't know why, but I just have it because Groovy asked her out and she said no. So I think she just likes the attention, or she probably thought Groovy will like follow her around, keep asking her out, or
Yeah.
I don't know what her problem is, but yeah, that's all I have to say. And Bella and Shags, ish, you see that relationship, ne? I saw people saying, okay, Shags is not an abuser. Others are saying Shags is an abuser. Hey, I feel like Shags is playing like a he's playing a good game, but when it comes to Bella, he's not because of Bella's attitude. I don't know. Like I feel like Bella, eh, she brings out the worst in him. I don't know about the abuse and whatever. I won't comment on it because honestly, I don't know like emotional abuse that well. But I will just say like when it comes to their relationship, only them both know what they're doing. And I don't think Bella is a victim. And yeah, you could really tell even with that dinner that there's no chemistry. They don't like each other like that, like that, like that, you know. So yeah, that's all I have to say, guys. I'm sorry for taking time. Have a have a nice day.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I mean, what you just mentioned completely reminded me of something I saw today before I came on this line. They were at the dining, they were having food, and Shags, I don't know, for some weird reason, he had eye contact with the camera. Now they were eating silently all through. So before we knew it, he had eye contact with the cameras and was looking at the cameras, looking at the cameras, and before we knew it, he looks down on his plate and he started trying to, do things with Bella all of a sudden. I can't remember what they were talking about, but it was the same old romantic vibes. And I'm like, wow. Not really romantic anyway, but the same old capping, my baby, my this, my that. And but I think he was trying to even feed her the food. And I'm like, wow, okay. And
Yeah,
this
I
was the
think
first time.
Shegs thinks he's playing what Groovy is playing. You see how Groovy is like with the ladies, especially with Fina. I think that's what Shegs thinks he's playing. Like you see how Groovy like everybody's like, oh, Groovy treats Fina well. He stands up for her, and I think that's what Shegs thinks people are saying about him, but that's
Hmm.
not what people are saying.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's just my opinion. Hey,
Thank
and I have
you.
a message to fans of Shags. Like, please stop dragging people just because they don't have nothing nice to say about your fave, guys. Please, it's not that deep. Like, it's just a show. We have to enjoy. Like, don't take things personal. Like my fave is Chichi, my fave is Fina, my fave is Brian, my fave is Hemis, right? I have these four in my mind. But like they always disappoint me with their actions. But I don't drag people just to like vindicate them. Like they fuck up a lot. You see that Brian, he even stresses me, but I don't go around insulting people. Hey, these fans of
They,
Shag
they
and
lack,
Fla, they
they lack what
drag
Brian
people.
calls, they lack what Brian calls emotional intelligence.
Yes. Like they drag people. Like I even see them in the comments. Like they'll be telling you, "Oh my gosh, you hate Shags. You do this. Like you're uneducated. You don't know what love." Like I don't understand. Like guys, it's not that deep. Like if Shags is fucking up, like own it. It's okay. Nobody's perfect. Like guys, we just move.
My dear, as you said, we move. Nobody sees them.
Period.
Nobody gives an actual F about what they think, and it's fine. But thank you so much, Paletta. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. We're going to
Thank
quickly move on. All right, we're going to move on quickly to Purity. Hi, Purity. Please, if you're on this live, you better come on to speak. We tried adding you. We tried, unmuting you, but it seems as though you're not there. So if you can hear me right now, please re-add yourself so that you can speak. Okay? All right, so we're moving on to Purity. Hi, Purity. Hello, Purity. Okay, so we're gonna quickly move on to Audrey. Hi, Audrey.
Hey,
How
Franklin
are
speaking
you?
with Glory, the
Hi.
best YouTuber on YouTube.
Okay. Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm good. I'm happy you're here. I'm happy you're here. Okay, so which one do you want to tackle first? Which drama do you want to tackle first?
Just give me. I wasn't really back to back on the show this week, so just give me a couple of topics and I'll talk on it.
Oh my God, I think I already did that for almost an hour. But
No, just
um,
I mean I saw like your videos, but I mean like just give me a topic and I'll
okay,
highlight. Yeah.
okay, about the conversation that happened in level 3. What do you think about the conversation?
Oh, okay. So I just feel like the conversation. I actually liked that they had the conversation, but some questions could have been avoided, especially the Chomsy question. I felt like if she was Beauty's friend, it would be more understandable for her to ask those questions. But since
Exactly.
she wasn't in level 2, she wasn't um Beauty's friend. If he was doing asking all those questions, that would make more sense. And I don't think people
Yeah.
dragging her or looking into her questions in a funny way,
Mm-hmm.
because she
Mm-hmm.
wasn't really Beauty's friend. She wasn't in level 2. She has no right to be questioning Fina and Groovy relationship the way she did. And she was consistent. And everyone was looking at her like, okay, it's okay. Can you stop with the questions? But she kept coming at it and laughing and like, yes, I knew this. Oh, yes. I'm like, just chill, relax. You're not Beauty's friend. You were never her friend. You always talk bad about all the level 2 housemates. It wasn't even Chichi that started all the bad mouthing with level 2. It was her. But when she's in the diary room, she's always Chichi is this, Chichi is a switch up. I'm just like, did we not watch you talk at level 2 housemates? Now you're just putting me on Chichi. Like Chichi was the only one talking about level 2. Oh, Chichi is a bad friend because now she's friends with Fina. One thing about the game is you have to play smart. Like, you have to be smart. If you know that this person is stronger, you have to move towards that person. It's a game. Like, I don't understand why she is so mad that Chichi is friends with Fina. Like, see what Fina did to Chichi last week. If she wasn't friends with Fina, she would have been up for nomination and possibly go home. So at this point of the game, you have to be very smart and not like move with people that you think. You have to move with people that are gonna save you and gonna help you go closer to the 100 million. And Chichi is very smart for that. See the group of people she's hanging out with at really top contender, unlike the other Chomsy, Elo Swag, Groovy, sorry, Chichi, Sheggz and Bella. Although only Sheggz and Bella is the strong one for the other group. I just feel like she has to let it go. I don't know. She has this attachment to Groovy and Fina. She just have to let it go. And she's always talking. Like today morning, I saw her talking to what's her,
Rachel.
like, let it go. It's not that deep. Like, just let it go. I don't know. Someone needs to tell her. And I don't know why Rachel was entertaining the conversation. If I was Rachel, I would just be like, what's your problem? Do you have a problem with these people? Just let it go. But I guess she'll say she's playing the right. I don't think so. She's just Rachel's matter. I don't understand her sometimes. But yeah, I just feel like, and I liked how Sheggz also explained herself. Fina explained himself. I feel like Sheggz is a whole different person without what's her name? Bella. I don't know. He was like a good. I saw him for once like a good, genuine person that just wants to. I was like, what's going on? Like, you're not that bad. Actually, you're understanding. You can listen. Unlike just talking. You actually listen to other people and heard their opinion about you. And Fina was actually giving him some common sense. Like, if a lady is arguing with someone, don't chook skin and start defending her. You can defend her, but just let her defend herself. She's a grown up. So I don't know.
Audrey, can I chip in something?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you know why Sheggz was listening on that night? Like,
No.
let's be very honest about it. It was because the people he was having conversations with, they were dominant personalities. Chomsy was shouting at the top of her voice. Chichi's voice is very high pitched. Fina does
Exactly,
not have a
Gloria.
high pitched voice, but Fina is literally screaming at the top of her lungs. And if you notice, when Sheg has conversations with people in the house, that they keep quiet and they listen to him, he has conversations with people that don't know how to talk back at him. He has conversations with people that literally just subdue themselves and they're like puppies listening to their master. But Chi Chi, Chomzi, and what's her name? Fina, they are very strong personalities. You can't subdue them. You can't talk down on them. They don't listen. Have you noticed that these people, when they're having altercation, they don't listen. They're just running like a running car. So that was the only reason Sheggz could be quiet for
Okay, I
one.
was like that makes more sense because I was like, for the first time, this guy is actually
Yeah.
listening and
He
talking.
tried
So
to take control of the conversation, but they kept on shutting him up. That no, you listen. The guy was the guy had to calm down. Even when he wanted to talk, he was literally begging. He was like, please let me finish. Please let me. I'm like, oh yes, this is the kind of setting that you should always find yourself in.
wow, that's crazy. And
Yeah.
I hope now, but he's still the same person. It's just that without when Bella is not around him, he's more a little bit free and he can hear other
Mhm.
people's opinion. Unlike Sheggz and Bella, my baby, my baby, my baby. So it was a little bit refreshing for to see him without Bella. Although the Big would have done that earlier, so maybe he would have changed on us. But other than that, I pray they evict some housemates today. I don't know if that's possible. I just hope because that will be tomorrow is only how many hours? An hour, I guess. I don't think they're gonna be able to evict six, not six. I wish they evict like 8 people tomorrow, including the people that were already evicted. Because it's like there are a lot of people, and I don't want some people to go home next week because they didn't evict enough people this week. So most likely they're gonna evict like a lot of people next week for the finals. So I don't know if they're gonna be able to, because I think there was one day in Baby and that what's his name, Ebuka came in a Saturday night party and evicted evicted
Not
some.
I think it was just the normal Saturday, yeah. Came
So I
and moved
hope they
him.
do that, but I don't think they're gonna do that. They're probably gonna wait till tomorrow and probably evict the housemate. I feel like those that are gonna stay tomorrow are gonna have to the bragging rights, but they don't need to. It is what it is.
Yeah.
But
All
yeah.
right, Audrey. Thank you so much, Audrey. Thank you so much. It was
Oh,
fun chatting with you.
I have a question. I heard something
Okay.
about Sheggz and Bella's. They had a party or something. I didn't see that.
They
What?
had a dinner last night. They had a
Oh,
dinner. The
oh,
dinner they had paid for, that they had been begging Vicky for, he
oh! They
finally
actually
was
had
like,
that.
sorry?
They actually had that yesterday. I
Yeah,
need
they
to go
did.
watch that. Because you
Yeah.
guys were saying no chemistry. I'm like, what's going on? What happened with Sheggz and Bella?
Not
Okay,
watching. They did.
okay,
They did.
I'll go
Yeah.
watch that. And I don't know. I feel like they're just it's irritating
Go
when
and watch
Bella
it first.
when Shex will leave. I feel like Shex will leave tomorrow. I pray he leaves. When he leaves, I hope Bella can redeem herself, because right now I don't think the problem is actually Shex. It's Bella. She's a very strong-headed, opinionated person that cannot, like, she cannot change, and I feel like she
Okay.
needs to have, I don't know, it's just exhausting
Okay.
to watch her.
Okay.
But
All
yeah.
right, Audrey. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. Okay, we'll quickly move on to Jay. Hi, Jay.
Hi, can you hear
You know,
me?
you know, for a second, I actually thought you were a guy. I don't know why. I just thought you were a guy.
Sorry, I was rushing to enter the studio and they just said pick a name and I just picked one letter.
All right. Thanks for joining. How are you?
Fine, this is my first time speaking. I'm a little bit nervous, so
No, don't be. Don't be. Don't be. Express yourself.
yeah.
Express yourself. All right.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. First off, let
Okay.
me not spend too much time. I only want to talk about like okay, two people, mostly Groovy, because he's my favorite. But I don't like when people drag him saying he's using Fina or this and that. Fina is a girl on her own. She has her own mind. She can
Okay.
express herself the way she wants to. You people have said it many times that Groovy can't control her. So yesterday's fight, Fina has proved a lot of times that she clears people like that.
Yeah.
So Groovy telling her might just be Groovy telling her. The way Groovy is quiet, I see, let me tell you, there are three people that have manipulative strategies in that house. Sheggz, Groovy, Doing. I think Daniela too. I'm not sure. There's only one that has a clean game. That is clean and is groovy. The rest tint their personalities with their strategy. But only Groovy has that clear. So if he's playing, that's almost like I don't blame him because these ladies have a mind of their own. If he's using I don't know, they just serve as fun because that's their personality. They always flare up. And I think he knows and I think he's using it like that. You understand what I'm saying? So that then I just pray the evicted people. I'm tired of seeing Doing on my screen. Doing is the one that pisses me. I don't care if Trump stays, although she's bitter, but I don't know why. Doing from right from day one, I don't know why I never liked. Even when people were liking her, I don't know. I still see it as if you poke your mouth into people's business a lot, it's annoying and irritating. So that's that. So I just came here to say that because a lot of people they are fond of using that. He's using this. He's using that. If they let him use it, he should use it. So
Okay.
so
Thank you
that's
so
what I
much.
wanted to say.
I hope people have heard that Groovy is not using. They are both using each other actually. At least we agree on that. They are both using each other for the game.
It's
Anyway,
a
thank you so
strategic
much.
shape. So yeah.
Of course it is. I mean, did they set it themselves? They agreed on what they wanted to do, right? Even as of now, that Tina is constantly professing, I like you a lot. Do you have a girlfriend? I'm still very suspicious that the
Groovy
one
did not come
is
to look for love in that house. They will all break it up after the whole thing. So
okay, we have heard. Thank you so much, Jay. All right, let's
yeah.
move on to Yolanda. Hi, Yolanda. It's been ages.
Glory.
How are you?
I'm fine, thanks, and how are you?
I'm so excited to see you here. It's been a while. Where have you
Been a
been?
while. Yo,
Yeah,
hectic. Everything has been hectic, but yeah, I'm ready to give my opinion.
nice. I'm glad you're back. Okay, shoot. Which one do you want to start analyzing? Is it the level three conversation? Is it Chef with the fellas, dinner, or is it the altercation that brewed up last night, or is it about Joey's friendship with Brian? Which one do you want to attack?
Let's start with the ship of the season, Bella and Sheggz.
Okay.
For me, I do feel like Bella and Sheggz are stuck. I feel like they are trying to prove a point that no matter what happens, no matter what people say, we will stick together more than them actually liking each other. They do like each other. I'm not disputing that. They do. They do like each other. But I don't think it's as deep as they are trying to portray. For me, I feel like they are trying to portray a front that says that we will ride or die together because, you know, London boy and all those type of stuff. But for some odd reason, I hear that a lot of people want Sheggz to leave and Bella to stay. But for the life of me, I don't know why, but I really want Sheggz to stay and Bella to leave. Because when it comes to entertainment, because now these are the final weeks, when it comes to entertainment, I don't feel like Bella could gel with a lot of housemates. She will always be in her own shell. And for her being in her own shell, she will gather pity votes, in which it's unfair. She's been doing a lot of things to a lot of housemates, bullying them and talking to them anyhow. So for me, I feel like if she does stay, the only thing that will save her to the finals is pity vote. As for Sheggz, as much as we do hate the London boy, he is entertaining because I saw it when they were moved to the other house, level 3. Yeah, was it level 3 house? I could tell that, okay, so maybe he's not really dependent on Bella. He can actually create content on his own. Maybe it might not be as toxic or as, entertaining for some other people, but he can create content for himself because for some odd reason, I saw Sheggz in another light when he was in the level 3 house. And I would like to say for the first time in the history of Big Brother Naija, I do not have a favorite, which is wild because I always have a favorite. I always have a favorite and I am not afraid to say my piece. I am never afraid to say my piece.
Why don't you have a favorite?
I don't know. Like whenever I gravitate towards someone, they always disappoint me, or I see a red flag, or I'm like, But I'm like, you know what? It's fine. Whoever wins, wins. But for me, the top three, who I hope, okay, let me not lie. The one person that I really feel like if they win would change a lot of dynamics in terms of who is eligible to apply and who is eligible to be in the top 5 of Big Brother is Fina. Because we already know the type of people who go to the top 5. So if someone like Fina, like the way that people see her as being too ghetto or to be in the streets and stuff like that, I do feel like she will change a lot of dynamics. Because if a female wins, like for people, what I've realized about Bbnaija is for a girl to be very popular and for her to go to the show, to be what is this thing, to be a finalist or to be among the top 5, she has to be like Nengi, like Mercy type of vibe. So for me, for someone who's solely dependent on entertaining and being themselves, it's completely different. I'm saying that Fina is not pretty. Oh yes, she's pretty. She is that girl, but she is not dependent on her looks. She is entertaining. Like I really like to watch her on my screen. She's really entertaining. Like she doesn't give the same type of entertainment. She has different factors that make me be like, okay, maybe, she could be this type of girl. But I would still stand by my first opinion or my first stance, whereas I say I do not have a favorite this season. In terms of Doyin, Doyin is a disappointment. I don't know what goes on in that girl's head. One minute I feel like, yes, girl, you are smart, you are getting there, and then she just does something that just jeopardizes everything that she just worked on. I don't know how she does it. It's like she knows that I'm onto her, ne? And then immediately when I'm like, and then she messes it all up. Who else? Cheesy. I wish Cheesy was a real housemate. I honestly wish Cheesy was. I wish Cheesy was a real housemate, but at the same time, I'm wondering if he was a real housemate, would he have the guts that he has now that he's a fake housemate? Would he have delivered everything that he's delivering now if he was a fake housemate? So I'm still like, I don't know. This season is just it's different and I like it, but it's irritating at the same time because a lot of people don't see a lot of things and they're excusing a lot of things, which makes me be like, okay, if we were in the real world, if this certain character was going to be in the real world and they weren't famous or they didn't have the accolades that they claim to have, would you accept their behavior? Would you be friends with this type of person? You know, if they were your friend, would you call them out or would you not? So for me, it's sense of that. Otherwise, I'm enjoying the show, and I cannot wait for tomorrow because I do feel like a lot of people will be crying tomorrow. Twitter will be on fire tomorrow. I can't wait for Twitter.
No, thank you so much, Yolanda. You know, the first statement you made, the first analysis you made about Sheggz and Bella, I want to thank you for bringing that to life. I was going to talk about it. I said, no, let me not talk about it so nobody would claim that I am decampaigning anybody. But the way you put it, I see what you mean and I agree with you. I'm just going to leave it that way. All right. But thank you so much, Yolanda. And just like you, I'm also looking forward to tomorrow. And I am waiting. If people are disappointed, I'm going to pay you the Thank you so much, Yolanda. Let's move on. Okay. Hi, Premier.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Perfectly. Good evening. How are you?
Good evening. Thank you so much. Finally, I've been literally reloading every link just to be here. I have a whole lot. Oh my God. I think you need to start sending us bundles, Gloria. Like you literally have to send us money for bundles. This is work space. Yeah, I think I'll keep it simple. I will not lie. I'm a Finna Nation person. I was a Licoros person. But to say the truth, this groovy ship is just a food ship to me. Groovy just loves Fina for the food. Period. That's me. That's it. And then yesterday's altercation between Chichi and Fina. Personally, I do feel like in somewhat Fina did come out wrong because that's just Fina. She does yell and she does clear people off, right? But in terms of Chichi was wrong. if I have a bestie and that's my friend, I see her laying down among wolves, I'll go pick her up and say, hey, come on, I will not have the strength to lift her the whole body, but at least I'll say, let's go. Wherever I'll reach you, I'll tell somebody to come through. But her going all the way to bang at Groovy's door, knowing that Groovy will be mad that his girl is back on the alcoholic state, that's just wrong. That's why for me, I thank God Fina cleared her off on that aspect. And then Chomzi, Lord, she must be the most hated person on Bbnaija right now. Chomzi is toxic on period. Chomzi hates Fina. Come on. I think what made, for me personally, what made me love the trenches before was because Chomzi always badmouthed them. Then comes Fina, then comes Chichi, then comes Bella, Sheggz, the whole crew. But Chomzi would carry it on her head. She carried the matter on her head as long as anything to do with Fina. And for me, Chomzi is just toxic. I pray for her peace. I hope she gets peace, because that's the only thing she needs right now. Because I really don't know what Fina has done.
Jesus. She needs
Jesus. It's just sad that Pastor Prophet Elijah passed, but he needed to touch her. Oh my God, that is just something else. Bella and Sheggz, yo guys, hey, I don't know. I do not know. Those guys are trying too hard. That's me. They're trying too hard.
Yeah.
Sheggz is trying so hard to be the perfect gentleman, to be the lover of this season. He has tried. Bella is trying to be the, okay, now I can't do anything. My strategy is now to be this person's person, and I'm done. So with what Yolanda stated, I think I'll agree with her. I'd rather Sheggz remains in the game. Though honestly, I'd rather the Shellership leaves, but I'd rather Sheggz remains in the game than Bella. Because I'll not, when they left on, was it Wednesday, was it Monday? When did they leave? Wednesday? When they left, Bella went to crawl up in her blanket. She had small conversations just to find conversations, then go back. Honestly, that would just destroy her. I know her fan base, I believe, is a bit bigger. The rebels are a bit stronger than Sheggz right now, because Sheggz, come on, let's be real, he's irritating when it comes to his boastful ways. He believes he's the only person who's traveled the whole world. I've been in Zambia all my life, but I traveled the world via DSTV. But with Sheggz, no. Sheggz wants to run this.
DSTV needs to sign you up as brand ambassador, because you just sold them out. Look at that. I love that lyric. You are in Zambia on the market.
We travel. We go see countries. Right now, we are seeing live the death of Queen Elizabeth. We are watching. We are there. Morning.
Oh my God.
We're there. So for Sheggz, honestly, he's really irritating in that aspect. But for the game, I'd rather he's there. Yeah, I'd rather he's there. Then Rachel is just irritating. Whether she's a rider or not, she's too entitled. I don't even know why she's entitled. Like, she's really, really entitled. She's irritating. But yeah, that's just my spec for the whole thing. I'm glad Elo Swag walk is now awake to say, no, Chomzi, you're fake. I think I've done so much to show you my love, but you just don't want to reciprocate. And it looks like Groovy is still your ghost. So I'm glad for him. And yeah, well, for me, I've already stated I'm a Fee Nation fan. Like, I'm there. So in case I'm bashing you down, telling you don't call her an alcoholic, just bear with me. I'm trying my best.
I am glad you here, Premier. I'm glad you actually mentioned you were an Emerald supporter last season.
Yes.
I want to ask you a question. Were you one of the people that was bashing that?
No. To tell you the truth, Gloria, I was part of the people telling you, like, no, Emeraldship is fake. Because for me, what Groovy is doing to Fina, right? That's why for me, I'll never split votes. Never split votes with Groovy. It's clear, you know, that some days where during the diary session, it's hard for him to even just say, that's my babe. He'll be like, my just say my partner, my girlfriend, but those are so hard. He has to think about it. No, that's fakeness. For a man, oh my God, that one, Lord Jesus. That one was straight from the beginning. But what can we do? Our girl is in love. It's just to follow. We can't do anything. Who am I? Who am I? But yeah, so but for Fina, honestly, I hope she's playing a game. If she does fall in love, I do believe she's big enough to go like, you know what, this was fake for the game, it's okay, we move on. As long as she has her money and everything. But oh my God, if she's really believe this is love, again, we'll pray for them. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rabia.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much. That was really interesting. Can we quickly move on to P? Hi, P.
Hi.
Is this Princess?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, is this Princess?
Yes.
You see, I'm wearing your hair today.
I know. Oh, you beat me to it. Don't say it. Oh, you don't do that.
Hi. You're welcome to the conversation.
Thank you for adding me and thank you for having my hair on today. That's what I was going to say. I like it.
Thank you. Okay. A lot to talk about. Which
Yes.
particular drama caught your interest? Which one was a huge turn off for you? Which one really pissed you off? You felt like breaking your TV. Which one?
There's a way I arranged what I want to say. So if I'll go by it and then I will definitely talk about a drama.
Okay.
Yeah. So I want to start by saying to those people in the house that are sticking to Sheggz and Bella, especially Sheggz like glue, in the name of they want to have a rich friend and connection after their time in the house, of which Chomsy is the prime minister. They should remember that Christ said in Matthew 19:23 and 24 that I tell you the truth, it is very hard for a rich person to enter the kingdom of heaven. I'll say it again, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich person to enter the kingdom of God. Don't get me wrong. I know money is important while we are here on earth, and we need it in order to live and thrive or survive. However, the way the people worship rich people, and to them they can do no wrong, and always turn a blind eye to the crap rich people do and say is mind-boggling to me. It has never made any sense to me. I call them friends with only the rich, and they are rich people identified. And this thing is global, it's everywhere. To those housemates, I'll say that they can listen to all you have said about what happened with past rich housemates, ghosting people after it all ended. Also, you should remember that last, everybody go collect death or rapture and heaven or hell.
Of course.
And to those rich people who chase after money and forget everything else, including raising their kids well, just know that while you're chasing money, do not forget to also pursue good personality. You also use that word when you were talking about Fina blasting Chichi. And I said to myself, Glory has started again saying what's on my mind. Also, a person can be the richest person in the world. However, when it comes to interacting with others on earth, it comes down to one thing, a person's personality. Personality means the combination of characteristics or qualities that form an individual's distinctive character. And character means the moral and mental qualities distinctive to an individual. So let's also chase good personality and good character. And this also goes to everyone. About how Fina reacted to Chichi. If I were Chichi and I saw what Fina was doing, I would have gone to her to ask her if she was okay. That's number one. And two, why are you on the floor? Before going to call anyone else, I would have made sure she wasn't tipsy. Let me put it in your word, because I was going to say drunk first. If I were Fina, I would have asked Chichi why she did what she did. And after Chichi's explanation, which made total sense to me, I would have ended the issue there. There was no need for Fina to go on and on. Another thing is, I'm not supporting Fina because of her personality. I said she's going to win because of the feeling I had the first time I saw her on day one. If Fina doesn't win, then to go to Groovy or Adekunle, and in that particular order. If it happens the way I've predicted it, then I'll be back on here to celebrate myself and the winner. If not, I don't care. Maybe I'll still come on. I don't know. I'm glad that while Fina is the HOH, they won their wager.
Yeah.
And how Hermes went to her to shake and dance with her was so cute. I love their stomping dance. About the dinner date, it was awful. And in Laura Ikeji's voice, it was boring.
Okay.
I also want to say this. Can we stop this culture of telling people who our parents are, especially when no one has asked? It's also revolting when people do it to brag, and I'm saying this because of Sheggz. And emerging science about brain development suggests that most people don't reach full maturity until age 25. So if you are 25 and above, please keep who your parents are to yourself. No one needs to know that except it's absolutely necessary. From 25, people should be asking you, who are you? And asking you who you are, not who are your parents. Lastly, last time I said there are a lot of men like Sheggz in London, some are even worse. I just want to add that I'm not going to use my stories or examples which are personal to me. Not sure if it will be appreciated on here. However, I just want to use Nkechi Blessing as an example. Her ex has been dragging her online and lying against her, and he lives in London. The man even came out yesterday to apologize to Nkechi and to also say that all her ex has said and has been saying about her are lies, and he's doing it all just to trend. Yeah, that's it. So, do you have any questions or you want to say something else or add?
Honestly, maybe kind of speechless, but really, yeah. I asked before about the drama that really shook you yesterday, of all that happened yesterday evening and even during the week. From the level 3 conversation, which one really was a turn off for you? Which one really shook you?
None, because what do they call them? Gen what? Gen Z or? Yeah, I'm over 10 years older than them, so what they do doesn't faze me. I've seen a lot in this life, so what they do doesn't faze me. So I wasn't surprised. It was only the way Bina was acting towards Chichi that I was like, no, you've just gone too far. Like, calm down, like people always say. Just calm down. At the end of the day, it's just a game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think they said they work in the same place.
Yeah, they do in the club. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think they have different jobs. So I don't know if they want to stay friends, fine. But if they don't want to stay friends, then Fina can be doing her own thing, Chichi can be doing her own thing. I've worked in that kind of environment before where I don't have to talk to you, you don't have to talk to me, I do my job.
True.
That was years ago though. Yeah.
True. All right. Thank you so much, P. Thank you so much, P. It's always enlightening when you come on here. You know, the Bible verses, the other quotes here and there. It's always
I
very
love the
insightful.
Bible. Oh my God.
I can
Thank
tell.
you.
All right. Thank you. Okay, we quickly move on to Vivian. Hi, Vivian.
Hi, Glory.
I love your facial expression. I've just been drawing vibes from you. People speaking, the one you are getting, you're like, the one you're not getting, you're like, okay. So let's hear your own thoughts. Which one is digging to you from all the drama that's been happening?
Before I start, Lori, me and you, we are twins in hearts. So sometimes you say everything in my chest. I don't miss your videos. I don't. Even sometimes I forget to give thumbs up. I'll go back. I say, no, I forgot something. I will go back and give thumbs up. So that is that. What happened yesterday? What happened yesterday? I was highly disappointed in Fina. Seriously, I liked Fina the first day Fina came to the house, but I keep on watching her. When, in fact, I moved my vote from Fina, it's when Fina went to Groovy. That is no. As a data baby, you need to do like that. You need to do like that. And the particular scene Fina created yesterday when Chichi said good night, and they all started laughing. Fina first of all laughed.
That was painful.
In our own side, as from Fina side, the state Fina came from, in fact, that is number one backstabbing. She knows it's wrong. She knows. She knows. You can call your friend, come, girl, I don't like what you do. You won't spoil my relationship with her. There's a way you will go and say, come, if not, if I don't clear you for outside, I know maybe people they laugh at all. So that is why I do it like that. So. But she carried this groovy thing for her head. This hey! In fact, if she sneezes, groovy. If you don't notice, Gloria, if groovy is talking, she'll be looking groovy in the eye, just like, oh my lord, oh God, you create this kind of man. Where this kind of guy did for my life? Oh God. She's even thinking. There's a clip that I even watched yesterday. She's even thinking of even traveling out with Groovy for the food for the World Cup. She's even thinking, he said we'll travel together. I said, not true. Where this guy come outside there? In a plenty. In a plenty. this guy go down say, in fact, they don't tell you, say, thank you, Fina. Thank you for giving me a wild time. Groovy is just there for the food. Groovy is foodie. It's just there for the food. And Groovy find out something that Fina is strong. So you better you hold the one where they're strong than you wrong. You understand? So Groovy does hold on that. Groovy, if you look, there's no love. Groovy have told that now. It's me that will be telling you the time we'll kiss outside. Which kind of relationship that one? Will they tell me that way I want to kiss or this thing? So that one is that. For bitter leaf, Shams. That girl, the girl don't feel like say she won't carry the show, win all the show. In fact, the girl don't think say, if I win the show now, so they will go and die. They'll go and kill themselves. I say, well, I cannot, Lori, the way I'm looking at time, I cannot wait for tomorrow to come.
Me too.
I cannot wait for tomorrow to come. Even the way they're doing their shopping today,
Whoa. Vivian. If your connection is not great, you can. Oh my God, Vivian, please come back. Please come back. Use the link and come back, and I'm going to add you immediately. Okay, so let's move on to D. Hi, D.
Hi, Gloria. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You're welcome to the conversation. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Good morning. It's morning over here.
Oh, where are you? Where are you joining from?
I'm in the US.
Oh, when you said morning, I was looking at the time.
let me just go straight to the point and not waste time. I think there are a lot of people here. First of all, I'm going to talk about Fina and Groovy's relationship. I think they both know that their relationship is strategic. It's like an unspoken agreement. Fina needs Groovy to maintain her sanity in that house. She's someone that has a very wild personality. She's very outspoken. Like they say, she's from the street. I am from the street as well. I know how it is for someone with that kind of personality. So you need someone to be able to calm down your loudness, your whatever she has going on. And Groovy, on the other hand, I think is trying to, like, according to the last speaker, maybe for food or to just try to revive his reputation based on what has happened between him and Beauty. So because they have that unspoken agreement, you can see why they respect each other so much. They both know that after this house, forget the relationship, nothing they happen. They both know it's unspoken and they respect each other so much. And I like it for that. And regarding Chichi and Fina's disagreement yesterday, I would say I blame both of them. I blame Fina for overreacting, number one. Despite the fact that she has shown her loyalty to Chichi by saving Chichi in the last nomination, you should also know that this person is your friend. You were supposed to, you should be aware of the kind of game that is going on with Chumsy, having had this Showmax date in the level 3 house with Chumsy. You've seen the kind of game they're playing. And as a street girl, she's supposed to have clocked the kind of game that these people are playing. And reacting that way, laughing at Chichi, for me, wasn't a good approach. And at the same time, I understand where she's coming from. The reason being that Chichi she has been in the level 1 house before. And after they merged, Fina has been hearing some kind of comments from Chumsy, from Bella, from these people about what Chichi has said. So it's normal for a human being to keep on processing that thought of, or what has she said about me, even if she doesn't express it. So all these things, all these side talks, the dates they had in level 3 house with the Showmax, a lot of things were said. So it's normal for her to keep trying to remember those stuffs, keep trying to process it, keep trying to ask herself, is this girl really my friend? Am I doing the right thing? And she has gone further to show her loyalty to Chichi by saving her during the elimination. And whatever happened that night, Chichi had a blame also. You're supposed to go and call your friend, even look for a way to excuse us from that situation. Tell her, Fina, come, I want to ask you something. Just drag her from that situation if you feel like. What I think Chichi was trying to avoid is she's trying to avoid Chumsy and the rest from spilling whatever dirty shit they have said in level 1. I don't think she was really trying to look out for her, thinking she was drunk. She was scared of whatever these guys are going to spill, knowing fully well she has also said a lot of things. And as a friend, you're supposed to, try to call her out. If you want to pretend that she's drunk, just call her, not going to Groovy or Daniela to call them to check up that she's drunk. What if she was really drunk? What would you have done as a friend? So that's just it. I think the both of them, they have equal faults, and I won't say Fina threw her under the bus. She just reacted based on what has been piling up in her head. And as an individual, I know she's someone that does not react immediately. She piles it up and then react. And I think that yesterday was like the threshold for her. Not that she doesn't like Chichi. She still questions whatever Chumsy and the rest have been saying, and she still processes. She's a young girl. I think she's 25 or 24. So it's normal for people. Yeah, so I think that's it. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much, Dee. That makes a lot of sense. And I agree with you. They both slighted each other, yes. And I think today they've been kind of cool. Yes, I'm happy that they are kind of cool. I think right now they are on a cordial level, like not really as bonded as they were, earlier yesterday, but they'll probably get through it. So thank you so much, Dee. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We move on to Boss. Boss. Who is Boss? Hello.
Hello, Glory.
Okay. I was trying to decipher your gender because Boss. I was wondering, is it Buzz Lightyear?
Toy Story. How are you today? I'm fine. This is my first time live on your show.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes, but I leave. I watch your videos all the time, and I leave my comments regularly, likes, share, all of that. I do that all the time.
What's your commenting name? I think I've seen a Boss. What is this? The same name?
that's the buzz.
I think I'm seeing buzz. Anyways, your comments
Yes.
are really interesting, right? I see a comment from Bella sometimes. Thanks for joining.
Yes,
Okay,
yes. Thank you
where
so
do
much.
you want
I'm
to
so
start
happy
with?
to be live.
I'm happy.
Ah, I didn't get that. What did you just say?
No, I said I want to know where you want to start from.
Okay, okay, okay. There's just a lot. As in this season, like one of the visitors said, I don't have a favorite this year. Yeah, there are certain people I like, I've gravitated towards, but
Yeah.
I really don't have a particular person this year that I'm rooting, I'm going all out for. But I just like a few of them. But you see, let us start with the three Edo witches. I don't know how that relationship lasted, just I think just 1 week. It's unfortunate, and it's really sad, honestly, because I expected more from that alliance. you know
Yeah.
okay, for Rachel I would have thought, okay, whatever, because she knows she's a rider, she doesn't have she doesn't have much to lose. But for Chichi, that's the thing they say about being intelligent. Chichi should have
Mm.
managed her relationship with Fina better. That's it.
Mm.
Knowing that she had said a lot in level two, and then she had come
Mm.
down, they had talked about it, they had talked a lot about what, and tried to settle their differences. And then for the fact that Fina even saved her using her veto power the last time, she should have managed the relationship better, knowing that there were lots of people already ganging up
Yeah.
against their relationship. A lot of people already frowning at that relationship that they had come together, to produce. So Chichi
Yeah.
should have managed, and yesterday was an opportunity for her to do that, and she didn't handle it well, in my opinion. Yeah,
True.
Fina overreacted, but like the last caller said, a lot of water had gone under the bridge. So you wouldn't really blame Fina so much for going all out, because at a point, sometimes you just need to let it all, because Chichi has done so much. So, but Chichi should have been the one manage that relationship well, in my opinion. Then,
Yeah.
let me say one thing about Rachel too. Rachel, I don't know, I've never really liked that girl. For me, Chomzi is a very bitter person. But you see, Rachel is low budget Chomzi, in my opinion. And both of them, yes, yes, yes. Both of them they strike me the same. The only thing is just that because Rachel knows she's a rider, so maybe that is why she's not so prominent like that.
Yeah.
But she just has the same characteristics with Chomzi. Look at how she behaves during arena games, during tasks. You call out your friends, you talk to them anyhow. You go
Very
into
careful.
that is not, you don't do that. You don't do that. Look at how she handled her relationship with Adekunle. If not that Giddy Fire left the house now, I'm sure that she would still have that beef with Adekunle. But because at a point in the house, she found out that she was just on her own. So that was why,
Mm.
she even gave room to Adekunle to even express himself the last time Adekunle did. But please,
Yeah.
that girl, I beg, she should just go away. I don't like her at all. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm sorry. Then for Bella and Sheggz, those two people, for me, both of them know what they are doing. They like each other, I will not lie. But then a part of me also tells me that both of them know that they are playing each other. But
Right.
when you go into that house, you need somebody to be on your side, to be with you,
Mhm.
to be on your side. So I believe that is what they are holding on to. So because it's absurd to me. Somebody says, "Oh, I'm taking you here. I love you. I do this." In just how many weeks? Oh, you're already planning a wedding. You're talking about Ashwebi. As in, where does that happen? Even in, I don't know, where does that
When did
in
you
how
do
over
it?
do you know that let me tell you something. Do you know last week or so, was it at the beginning? I think at the beginning of this, no, maybe like the middle of this week, Sheggz was asking her certain questions like, where are you from, where are you, they don't even know those things. So you don't even know the basics, you're already talking about your future. How I don't get it.
I
They
don't
want
get.
to give
So
birth to
that is
kids.
why
They don't know the genotype.
does it, please, Glory, does this make any sense to you? Does it make any sense at all to you? And then, please, by God's grace, I just pray, okay, by God, I just pray that both of them leave the house. But instead of leaving Bella in the house, because look at this, if our house guests leave probably this night, hopefully, or tomorrow, what is left of Bella?
True. Her
Nothing.
crew will be
Nothing.
gone.
Yes, everybody is gone. Who would she speak? So she'll be bringing nothing to the table. So I'll rather the two of them go. But if one person must go, I just pray she leaves instead of. But I also have a feeling that it might be Sheggz that will be leaving. You know. So that's that about that one. Then you see doing. Oh God, I used to like that girl so much initially at the beginning, because she seemed smart, she seemed, intelligent, but you see, herself and Modella strike me as those kind of girls that, they like to, when they get to a place, like social climbers, they like to hang out with the cool kids, forgetting that their real friends are normal people. That's
Yeah.
that's the kind of person Donya and Modella, those are the kind of people they are. So for me, I think talking about top three now or something, I feel it will be Fina, Brian, and Hermes. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe somewhere along the line, maybe Groovy would come in and then maybe Adekunle. I don't know. But that's the feeling I'm getting, that Fina, Brian, and Hermes would be like maybe the top three, hopefully. So if there's anything you'd like to ask me, let me just know. And then, but I think this is all I have to say for now.
Yeah. Thank you so much, really. I mean, I was just so mesmerized by all the things you were saying, especially about
Yeah.
Rachel. Yeah. And I think I mentioned that during my own analysis that it seems like Rachel has completely forgotten that she's a rider. And that's very evident
Exactly.
from time to time when she's having her diary sessions. Big Brother has to constantly remind her, and then
Yeah.
out here in the house, it's very interesting how she's a firebrand in the house. But then when she's in the diary room,
Yes.
it's like she's
She
playing
doesn't know
mind games with the
anything. Oh,
owner
I
of the
don't
show.
know. I don't. She
Like
keeps saying I don't know.
how you playing mind games with the owner of the show? They can easily throw you out. All that
Exactly.
ignorant
Exactly.
part that she plays like, I don't know. I think it's so really irritating.
Yes.
And then when they're in the
Very
arena,
annoying.
it makes me wonder, like, okay, is this another assignment? I don't understand because
I
Biggie
well,
sounds very irritating.
maybe
Yeah, because it sounds irritating when she's
it's
doing that ignorant thing. And then inside the house, you
yes,
see her.
yes,
I think it was the fight she had with Sheggz and Bella that actually made people like her.
yes.
People
That
didn't
brought her to
really
prominence.
like her.
I didn't even
Mm.
sorry, Glory, to cut you short. I didn't in fact, I've never really liked her. It's just that Shegun and Annabella were wrong on that day. So
Yeah,
that was just all. But
yeah,
it's not like, oh, okay, oh, I developed a liking after that for Rachel or anything. But what is black, white is white, and you call it out
true.
no matter who is involved. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
So for Rachel, I don't know, she's just a silly girl. I wish she could stand out of that place too, alongside the house guests and the rest. Because she doesn't add anything, she doesn't bring any flavor, there's no flourish, there's nothing, there's nothing from her really. So I really don't see what role she's actually playing in the house. And as for Cheesy has done a very good job so far. And for somebody, from his kind, and it's funny to see how the likes of Sheggz, I don't know why I'm always tempted to call him Shegu. The likes of Sheggz and
That is his name.
the likes of Shegu, and all those people that used to look down on him, they really, really like him now. Have you noticed? Everybody goes like Chizaram, 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 fuck you, Chizaram, shut up, Chizaram. Yeah, the people really love his personality now. He has a great personality. I wish he was a real housemate. But like one of the callers said, I don't know if he would have brought out this aspect of him if he were not a rider. But he's done well so far. I wish he'll be compensated by the production team
more than Rachel, who is adding nothing to the table, who has brought nothing to the table. He's so creative. He thinks outside the box. Even though he cannot express himself, the only shortcoming he has is the use of the English language, but he still passes his message across. And despite that, he's still a very confident young man, very intelligent as well. So so that's it. That's it from me from here.
Thank you very much, Mama. Thank you so much. Very, very apt. Thank you very much. Talking about Chibi, to be very honest, I'm kind of worried because, anyways, they will
Yeah.
soon leave. I think I kind of started getting bored of the Chibi I fell in love with, the personality of Chibi I fell in love with. I love that Chibi that had this I don't care attitude. So the moment it started getting all lovey-dovey with
No,
Joey, I noticed that it started.
that's what
I
that's
noticed it
what
started
having an
supporting.
attraction for somebody causes.
Yeah, I noticed it started supporting her even when she's doing too much.
Yes.
And it
Yes.
started getting me upset that no, this is not the cheesy that came with
Not.
that high standard for justice, right? This cheesy now is
Yeah.
very, really tough. But hopefully doing this tomorrow so that our old cheesy will come back to us
She
because
will come
we
back.
are missing out on his mischief. You see all those mischief that is displayed in the house here and there. I need all of that. But really, thank you so
Yes,
much
true.
for
You're right.
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for
Okay.
having me. Enjoy the
You're
rest of.
always welcome. You too. Okay, we move on to Leo. Hi, Leo.
Hi, Glory.
Ah, the voice. Hi. How are you?
I'm cool. And you? Hi.
I'm mesmerized by your voice. Anyway.
Ah.
Anyways, yeah. So which of the dramas of this week you want to talk to us about from Wednesday? The level three conversation, there's the dinner date between Sheggz and Bella, there's the altercation, not really altercation, the blasting from Bella and Tina to Chichi last night. There's Chumsy there, there's Joey and Brian conversation. Which one do you want to talk about?
Okay, Glory, I'll just pinch little like scenario from here, and then I give my conclusion because I'm not going to give everything. You understand? So for the dinner date, ugh, no way. It was a no-go area. There was no romance. There was nothing attractive. Like I was literally bored while watching them until I was going back and forth. Like I'll switch my phone. Then if I come, I see the couples are there. I have to remove myself from the page. Then later on, I come back. But there was nothing interesting in that their dinner date. And Bella, she's really in love. Like she's more than into Sheggz than Sheggz is into her. I don't know. She loves Sheggz. Did you see her facial expression when Sheggz says, "Oh, my kids, when I go, I'll put my kids will see our first date. I really love you, babe." I was like, "Oh, Sheggz." It was so annoying. It was so annoying watching them. And for the conversation they had in level 3, I was so angry at Fina. Why were you even explaining yourself? Even for Groovy, why did you explain yourself? Who are those people? Are they your judge? Are they Big Brother or are they Ebuka? So why are you explaining things to them? And we are forgetting all what, I mean, so many people have spoken. Fina said a lot of things about Chichi, but Fina has never opened up to Chichi to tell her this was what I spoke to my level 1. But Chichi has opened up to her that yeah, because we were in this space and we saw people as an opponent, so I had to explain everything to my
Yeah.
housemate.
She's only been
So
generalizing. You said things, I said things. Yeah, she hasn't
yeah,
been specific.
yes.
Mm.
So Fina has not come out. I was Amazon, but they removed Amaka, so there was nothing left for us. So we are just watching the show. And for the altercation yesterday, I was so pissed at Fina. No matter what, she's your friend. Chomzy is a bitter soul.
Like if I see Chomzy on my screen, I always get angry. And then Rachel, her own part, her rider duty for me, it should just end tonight. She should go home. Left only with Cheesy. At least Cheesy is there. He's contributing a lot in that house. Rachel is just there and trying to. And I went and followed her on Instagram when they were the three Edo witch. I went and followed her, and with all this her behavior, Glory, I had to unfriend her, unfollow her. I said no, and I don't want to even see her post because no, Rachel meant no good. Even Elo Swag, then like in fact those people, no, they are no go area to me because they are just toxic. You see, are you seeing the facial expression of Chomzy whenever she's talking? She's having a conversation with any of the husbands, like Rachel or Bella. Like, you see her facial expression like this girl. You can gossip for the world, and when you gossip, the way you put your face, like you put everybody beneath your toe, which is not correct. For me, and then for Fina and Groovy, the same old scenario like Emma Rose.
Yeah.
Emmanuel was playing for the camera, same as Groovy is playing for the camera. Even though Groovy is somebody in a like. Please, I'm talking before.
You have a lot of interaction in the background. You want to move somewhere more fine.
Okay. So they are just playing themselves. Like even for Emma Rose, that was the same thing that happened to Emmanuel. Emmanuel was playing for the camera, and when they went out and we saw everything clean and clear, so there was nothing good. Emmanuel was there. So these people in this house have just been that Elo Swag, Chomzy, they should be going. We don't want them in that house anymore. And Glory, for me, the way I'm thinking is like, because the riders are 2, so for the 10 housemates to be left, because we are not counting Cheesy and Rachel, so maybe tomorrow there will be one eviction for my own, for 10 people to be left for the top 10, because Rachel and Cheesy are riders. They are not counted among the top 10 before the top 5. And so that's my only 2 contribution. Like I've sat
Thank
like,
you.
yeah, thought
Thank
of
you, Leo.
it.
You actually do have a point, and personally, I'm really curious to see how the election tomorrow is going to pan out. I want to see if, in fact, I want to see how they're going to re-evict the already evicted 3 housemates and how they're not
Yeah.
going to carry. Because trust me, if they do not carry out an actual eviction tomorrow of this fresh batch of nominated housemates, there's going to be chaos because people, the viewers already are angry that, oh, they nominated last week. Why did they not remove the housemates? So imagine tomorrow they don't remove more people and then they just evict only one housemate. People are going to get really upset because tomorrow people are expecting for there to be
Yeah.
at least 3
3
evictions
house.
and five
Yeah.
the 3 that we already had that are still in the house. So let's see how it works out, right? Thank you very much, Leo.
All
We'll see
right.
you another time. All right. Okay, we quickly move on to Eve. Hello, Eve.
Hi,
Hello.
Glory.
Hi, good
Hi,
evening.
Glory.
Welcome.
How are you?
I'm fine. Thanks for joining the conversation.
Thank you for having me.
Okay.
So, let me just jump right in, or do you want to ask me something so I could
No,
follow
go
up?
ahead. Go ahead and jump right
Okay, let me quickly touch on Bella first.
in.
So, as regards to Bella, if you recall, there was a week where she said to the week where she had the fight with the altercation with Rachel, and in her diary session, she had talked about having a really rough week. Um, this is in correlation to what I wanted to say concerning Chi. I feel that Chi had a really rough week this week, and next week it could be someone else's turn. I think it's just unfortunate Chichi's going through what she's going through this week. I believe Chichi has made a U-turn, and I'm hoping Fina sees that. It doesn't matter what has happened before. Chichi has actually changed, and she's willing to pursue her friendship with Fina. And that's one of the reasons she kept focusing on Fina even during the arguments, because that was all that mattered to her. She also realizes that those group of people have been toxic, and she's focused. And I'm hoping that Fina herself can stay focused, because it's so easy to be loved, and the next week you could be the one under fire by the same housemates. And I'm hoping that next week works well for Fina, because gloating over your position and how you think people are gravitating towards you, it could change in a split second. Then for Bella, what Bella allows, from Sheggz shows how much void it's inside of her. Honestly, what I feel for Bella is pity, and I wish Sheggz would go home. I want to see Bella play the game. I think I want to give Bella a chance to play the game, because Sheggz has kind of overshadowed her and has played on her vulnerability. I mean, Sheggz is going to be so shocked when he comes out and sees that it's probably Bella that will be taking him to that Santorini. Bella has not for once spoken about her family. Bella has great brothers, and I know that she's been loved right by her brothers. So I don't know why she's tolerating Sheggz. In my opinion, Sheggz is by far beneath what Bella would accept on a normal day. It's sad that it's only when she comes out that she'll get to see that. Then for Sheggz, I see Sheggz as another Ike. Bella will soon see that when they come out. Just some London boy that is struggling. Forget all the stories that he's saying. I believe that when they all come out, they will see their strengths and their weaknesses. I don't have much to say about Groovy, because Groovy doesn't strike me as somebody that has anything to offer. So I'm not going to waste my time on that. I'm going to go back to Fina. Fina has to be careful. People love her. However, opportunity has to meet preparedness. And I don't know if Fina is prepared for what is going to be, coming at her when she comes out. You also have to work on yourself. And I'm hoping that there are people who would work with Fina in terms of etiquette and things like that, because she needs a lot of fine-tuning and refining. Hopefully, there are people who are willing to work with Fina. Fina is she's been shaped by her life and her environment and the things that have come at her, all her life. So I don't expect Fina to act any differently. I know people think she's loud, but I just think she's shielding herself from the things that she's faced all her life. Then as for Chomzi, Chomzi needs somebody to truly, truly love her, because she will realize that, okay, I'm just a tailor, people are liking me. Hopefully, she can actually turn her life around by, beginning to look inwards. She's so upset, or she's unnecessarily angry at people. And I'm hoping that that is coming from somewhere, because if it's coming from somewhere, then you can work at it. But if it is who you are, then the work, the journey ahead is very long. So yeah, that's pretty much what I would have to say about this group of people.
Thank you so much. You made some very valid points. I just want to touch on the one about Bella, having been loved right by her brothers. It's quite interesting that people have not really thought about it from that perspective. And you're so right, because before the show started, I I had to check around, who is this girl, who is this housemate, who is that housemate, and paying attention to conversations that she had with Sheggz in the first week when they started their thing. She said quite a lot about the way her family raised her. And you see, that's why sometimes when these housemates say certain things, I don't really take them serious because sometimes you know when they are being very honest and when they are not being honest, when they are just playing for the camera. Bella has actually explained to Shek several times about the fact that her family, they really spoiled her. They really showered her with love, attention. Anything she wanted, they were giving it to her. Like she's born and raised used to getting whatever she wants. She painted scenarios of she was exposed quickly or early to the nightlife lifestyle. When siblings want to go to the club and they would take her along. And to be very honest, when she was narrating that story, I was trying to figure out the age that she was exposed to that kind of life. Because now she's 25. So when she talked about, she started going out very early, she started clubbing early, the sister will make her up, will take her out, do this, da 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 da. She said a lot about that, and according to her, the mom will complain that, with the way they are spoiling you, hope you will not become XYZ, when you are exposed to the world. And the sister will say, leave her like that, leave her. So the sister was literally fighting her battles. Her siblings were literally overly protective over her. They were overly protective, but at the same time, according to what she narrated to Shegun, they were actually giving her anything she wants. If the sister wants to travel, the sister is taking her along traveling. And that's why I had issues, or still have issues, whenever she tells Shegun in the house that, I don't go out. I'm like, I don't understand. So who was that girl? You get the stories don't align. 1 minute they are opening up, the next minute it's like, and you're wondering what's going on. And I'm sorry, that's why when they had that their daily task, there's certain things that some of the housemates said. If you notice, I didn't do a video about it, I didn't even touch up on it. Not like I'm trying to water down their narrative, their story, no. But it's like when you follow these people's lives for over 50 days, I think today is day 51. When you follow these people's lives for so long, and you've seen certain characteristics about them, you've heard certain things that they've said with their mouth, and then they come and tell you a narrative. Don't forget that when they are sharing their story, the camera is on them. It's their spotlight. It's their time to shine. It's their time to sell a narrative that would make or mar their chances of winning the show. So the ones that are very good storytellers, they would tell the story in a very, very convincing way. The ones that don't really know how to tell their stories, they'll just leave it hanging. And mind you, there's always room for multiple additions and multiple omissions, right? So why am I saying all of this? When you talked about Bella having been showered with love, to be very honest, she has been showered with love. Spoiled, even, as we heard from the horse's mouth. And I think I was going to talk about, there was another person you talked about, I think it was Chumzi or Fina. Oh yeah, Fina. Yeah, Fina. I like what you said about preparedness, not being sure if she's actually prepared for the outside world. And I totally agree with you. And you see, what you said is very true. Fina's loudness being a shield. You find out that a lot of people that have a lot of insecurities, they tend to create some defense mechanisms, and Fina's own is shouting, being loud. And you're absolutely right, because I've actually seen and encountered people like that a lot. Yeah. And for Fina, she has actually bragged, or should I say declared, a lot of times in the past week about how she's ready for any form of trolling outside the house. Even on Wednesday when they were in level 3, and Chomzi has asked her or attacked her, how would you cope when you come out and people start pouncing on you about beauty and Amaka? She was like, they go collect. So she's fond of using, it's like, I don't want to call it violence now, but she's fond of using a bit of aggression to want to attack any form of, So,
and that's why I said I'm hoping that there are people that will be ready to take her in and start to work on her even before she begins to talk to the media and even answering her calls. I'm hoping.
Sadly, they don't have time. I think they get evicted on the Sunday. Tuesday, they start their media round. Or even Monday, Ebuka interviews them. Tuesday, they start the official media round. So it's going to be really hectic for her. And I foresee a case of she now looking for the likes of, there are some Nigerian TV hosts now that come across as therapists They will now come and be asking you questions about your life, your background, so that it will now tamper justice with mercy with the audience. I foresee her having so Erica has one, Tasha has one. Who else? There are people like that, that get into fashion.
Yeah.
They now go on all this sort of Oprah Winfrey talk show. We have people like that are prepared and ready to take you up. They will say, "Oh, if you are being dragged, just come. We are going to paint your narrative to be sweet, so that people would, calm down with their draggings on you." But for Fina personally, I think she's gonna get a huge shocker. It's gonna take
Yeah.
her because the funny thing is these housemates, when they go onto the show, of course they've been watching the show for years. Some of them don't really understand how it feels like to be dragged. They don't know until they experience it when they come out. Honestly. So you're right when you said that you don't think Fina is prepared. I also think that she's not prepared, and I really hope that she has the mental fortitude to stand, when that time comes.
I had joked at some point, and I said I wish that they had played truth or dare this season. Maybe they would have picked their partners by kissing each other and knowing who they wanted to be with.
That was how Fina and Groovy had their first kiss. Before Groovy even kissed Beauty, he had kissed Fina first. Yeah. From that truth or dare, they played upstairs, previous level 2 housemates. Yeah. They played it, and it was a huge problem between Groovy and what's her name, Beauty. But I'm happy. Honestly, I'm actually happy with Truth or Dare because last season they almost choked me with Truth or Dare. I now dislike the game in reality. Like, what is this? It became too much. Anyways, thank you so much, Eve.
Thank
I
you
love
so
the
much,
conversation.
Glory.
You
Thank
came from
you.
an entirely different perspective. I enjoyed it. Thank you so much. Okay. I'm going to quickly move on to Peter. Hi, Peter.
Hi, Glory.
Hi. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Nice to be here again this Saturday.
I'm happy you're here as well. Okay.
I really like your outfit, by the way.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so which one do you want to tackle first? Level 3 conversation, or Sheggz and Bella's dinner, or Dwayne and Brian's conversation, or the fight, or should I say the bashing between Fina and Chichi last night?
Maybe Fina and Chichi. Because
Okay.
when that happened, I think I was even asleep. But then, I watched the clips on your channel and some other channels. And, what I saw, I didn't really like it. Because, I feel like Fina blew it out of proportion, really. Because even if it was, I don't know, it was she could have just called Chichi quietly and been like, why did you tell Groovy this, and that? All the shouting was just so unnecessary. And the previous person said, when she comes out, people need to refine her more for I don't know, during her interviews and things like that, because some things are just so unnecessary. And I think now she says she's ready to collect the dragon, but when she comes out, her eyes will see Pepe. She can't even cry again.
She's not ready.
Because it's not even what it's like. And here in the UK, people drink anyhow. So Fina drinking to me, compared to how I see other people drinking here in the UK, because I don't drink. To me, it's even mild, don't say. I don't see anything spectacular about that. At least she does not. It's only that when when she's drunk, she gets a bit too handsy, and
Yes,
we
but
don't see that.
female. Because she's female. It's quite different when it's a guy drinking that way, but now she's female. And it's also different because on the show, this entire season, there's never been a male housemate that drinks the way Fina does. Fina is the Lord overall when it comes to the drink.
Yeah, it's true, Sha. She's a lot of
Yeah.
barrel. And I didn't even know that. And for me, what somebody else said earlier, today, this set of housemates will be your friend. Tomorrow, they can completely turn against you. And because that same thing happened from that day, Chomsy, Fina was there. Was it not Fina, Sheggz, Bella, Groovy? I say Groovy. Groovy, that were tabling Chomsy's matter. Not up to a week later, Chomsy was back. They were all against Amaka. You now did surprise eviction, Amaka left. Now, later on, sometime this week, now it's not Amaka that was lying, it's Chichi that was lying. Now they're against Chichi. And it's not this same week that she had that argument with Bella and her boyfriend. Bella and the boyfriend, Sha. the same week. So like I feel like what she did to Fina was just I say to Fina, to Chichi was not too nice. Like I don't know if this is I don't see that as strategic. I don't think it's strategic. But I've heard some people say that maybe she's trying to get into their good graces so that next week they won't nominate her. But I don't really like that. And even the Rachel and what's her name? Chichi's separation. Like it's so crazy how in less than 1 week they became
Yeah,
friends and the whole friendship has broken up.
that
Like
was
it's so
scary.
crazy. And what Hemi said in his diary section was true. The uniting force between all three of them was just their combined, shall I say, dislike of Bella and Sheggz. Because now that
Mm-hmm.
Fina and Rachel are somewhat in their good books, now they are all against Chichi. Why?
Hmm.
Why is that? It doesn't even make sense. And to me, I liked that Kini, that trio. I really liked it. But one thing I've noticed about Fina is that like she's quick to throw people under the bus. When
Mm-hmm.
when Beauty first came and the way she moved to Groovy quickly, on a normal day in the outside world, be like breaking of girl code. But for me, I was like, okay, they met this boy at the same time. Like maybe their relationship was not as serious. So just 2 weeks. Like let's be honest, 2 weeks the relationship is not that much. People who are married for 20 something years, 30 something years, they get divorced. So I didn't see anything as that. But then even the Amaka zone now came. The way she just, I don't know, just left Amaka hanging high and dry. Then
Yeah,
Amaka now
yeah.
had to come out. The next thing, Amaka is being dragged that she's against Fina or something. Now this Chichi zone, she just why are you laughing? Why was she laughing? Like if I was Chichi, I would be like, of all things, why are you laughing at me? Are you a clown? Am I a clown? What was that? Now moving on from that, let me see. Brian and Doing's conversation. I'm not sure I heard it. Sorry, what was that about?
Okay, yeah. So Joey was saying that she heard that Brian had betrayed her. Now,
Eh?
remember, we talk about betrayal. Are they
Truth, yeah.
close? Are they best friends? Are they lovers? What are they?
No.
Yes, that's one part. And then she said that, oh, somebody had told her that after she was evicted, Brian was happy. And remember, she had also complained that when Brian saw her in level three, he was not happy. And
Eh,
that Brian was caught up in a conversation and telling people that Joy was always um, interfering in people's relationships in the house.
eh,
So she was confronting him based on that. And she was asking, like, oh, were you happy? Were you not happy? Why were you not happy? I was evicted. So that kind of thing. So he
eh,
got really upset because he felt like she had no right or she's not entitled to knowing how he truly feels because they are not in that space yet.
eh. Okay, that one. To be honest, I won't be surprised if that's how Brian feels because sometimes when I see that friendship, it's almost as if Brian is like, I say, putting up with her because they're in such a confined space. Because I feel like if you can't quote unquote handle doing someone like Doing's friendship, because she's always saying, if I like you, I'll insult you, this one, that one, and she's not like willing to bend. I feel like it can get tiring, and especially since he has known Doing for only a few weeks, so I won't be surprised. And for Doing, I feel like she's doing the same thing she did with Allison. Why you always saying somebody told you you did not cry enough, you were happy? Like at the end of the day, even if let's be honest, even if like she has friends, they're all sad. At the end of the day, they all still be happy because they've made it into another week. At the end of the day, it is a game. Like their primary reason wasn't friendship, so I see no reason for that conversation. And Chomzi, let her please Sunday, let her just go. Chomzi and Elo swag. And I noticed that during the pool party, they did not talk throughout.
Yeah,
Like
he
avoid
wanted
each
to be
other.
away from her. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if it's like maybe because of the groovy situation, maybe he's jealous, or maybe he's just seeing some characters in her that he's starting to dislike or something. I
No, it
don't
was
know.
because of the living situation. Remember when they were in level three, he
And the way she
was
was questioning,
surprised when he was vehemently and consistently asking, why did you jump into a relationship with Fina in just 1 week? Why did Fina jump onto, it was too personal. So it
uh,
made him start seeing her in a different light. Like, okay, could it, because he's aware that the girl likes groovy. Even when he was sent to level one, former level one upstairs, he had had that conversation with I think Adekule or is it Airmate? And okay, Giddy Fire. And Jennifer had asked him that, oh, are you comfortable? And he was like, well, He doesn't care. He just wants to see how things go. Yes. So it kind of confirms all of the suspicions that Chomzi was still crushing on Ruth.
Yes, it's true.
Hello.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah. So that's it. That was that. Yeah.
This week, then I haven't heard about the whole Big Brother, South Africa and Nigeria combining.
We're gonna talk about that one on another video. For now, we just want to
Okay.
focus on these exciting dramas. Okay. All
Okay.
right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Peter.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. All right. Enjoy your evening. Okay. We quickly move on to Faith. Hi, Faith. Hello. Hello, Faith. Hi. Good evening. How are you?
Hi.
Okay, Faith. This is what we're gonna do. All right. Please take our time, fix your connection, and then come back. I'm
Okay.
gonna definitely add you. Okay? Fix your connection
Okay.
and then come back. Okay, we quickly move on to Holy Ginger Farm. Okay? That's a very interesting name. Hi.
Hello, Laurel. Hello. I
Hi.
actually been waiting like forever, and I was like, my phone is about to go off. Thank God it didn't go off before I'm here.
I'm happy you made it. I'm happy you're here. How are
Yes.
you?
Hello, everyone listening right now. And
Okay.
first of all, I've been listening all through, so you don't even have to ask. Let me just go straightly to start with what I want to start with. I want to
Yes.
start with this entire issue of people normally form this narrative of Fina trying to throw people under the truck, because I don't like to call it boss. You know, everything that happened last night, I was up to 6 o'clock this morning, so I know everything. First of
Mm-hmm.
all, Chichi was the one that gave Fina the alcohol to drink. All
Mm-hmm.
right. So Fina, being this open-minded person, she thought to have conversation with these other people, because if you notice in the house, she has never really had conversation with the legs of the people that were in a room, in a rare room. So she went
Mm-hmm.
over there, she sat with them, and they were in a normal conversation, not gossiping about anybody, not talking about
Mm-hmm.
anybody. They were discussing themselves. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So Chichi came over. She first of all, for Chichi to come in the room because she have issue with Chumsy, and you see your friend sitting and you are uncomfortable with the fact that your friend is sitting in that conversation, come to her and tell her, oh girl, let's have a word. I expected her to do that, to get her off that conversation. But no, she didn't do it. She went banging on the door to call Guve, telling him that Fina is on the floor, so he should go and get her, projecting this narrative that we have always been trying so hard to do away with, because even Google tried to pin Fina in that light, like she's this alcoholic. And Fina is not like that. Fina is one person that she will drink after party and she go and cook for the whole house. That's Fina right over there. Fina would drink and she would still be normal to her senses to do things that she's supposed to do. So why going to pin this narrative that Fina is rolling on the ground? When she called Guve, she didn't stop there. When she told Danetta to come and get Fina, Danetta even came. And Fina asked Danetta, what happened? If you actually watched last night, Danetta actually smelled Fina drink and everything, because she asked like, Fina, are you okay? All right. So Guve came and got Fina from that room. The first place they landed was in Chichi's room, in the orange room. Chichi was on the bed. So Fina was like, why you have to call Guve to come and get me? That was the question. That time this entire saga hasn't come up yet. And she said, I just wanted Guve to get you because the conversation, I heard you people talking about roommates. And then Chomzi said, blah, blah, blah. So exactly this is what I feel happened. Chichi has said something else to Chomzi, because if you heard what they said, Chomzi said, I thought she lives in Lagos. While Fina is discussing her roommate, Fina is telling them, oh, Chichi and her come from outside, and Chichi and her walk in Abuja and stuff. And Chomzi was like, but I thought she said she walked in Lagos. That was the conversation that Chichi even heard, for which she said, Guve should come and get Fina out. So they left from there. And Fina made her to understand that even when she said you were from, I don't know, Lagos or wherever, I said, I don't know about that. They went inside. Groovy and Fina on bed, and Groovy brought up this entire narrative like, oh, Chichi say you are rolling on the floor. Fina could have just let it be. Like, okay, why would she have to say things like that about me and decide not to talk to Chichi anymore? But because Fina is so nice and good as always, as we know, she thought to go and ask her friend. The first place they went was in Chichi's room. She didn't go call the whole house first. No. She went to Chichi. She said, you told Groovy that I was rolling on the floor. Chichi said yes. She kept on repeating. She kept on sticking to her words that she saw Fina on the floor. And Fina said no. So let know that Fina is this person that get this little mad respect for Groovy, because Groovy don't like for Fina to drink at all. So for the fact that she even told Groovy that she was rolling on the ground, she wanted to clear that for Groovy not to be angry. So she called the rest of the people that was in the room where Chichi was there. You people saw me on the floor while I was in there, or we were talking. And the people continued to say, the Bella, and all of them said, no, you wasn't on the floor. You were sitting and we all had conversation. The only time you even got down was when you were giving an example of what you want to do to Groovy when you get back in the room. Chichi got outside. Right there, when Chichi got there, that was how Chichi made a statement that, oh, yes, I saw you on the floor, or maybe you wasn't on the floor, but I saw you in that position. And that was how Sheggz said, maybe it's because we know things about Chichi. That's all remember on this life, that the level 1 housemates already get this kind of preconception about Chichi, that Chichi is not a good friend. They see Chichi as being fake to Fina. So to the people that say Fina wants gossip about Chichi, that's a lie. The only thing Fina said about Chichi in her level when they were still doing levels was the fact that Chichi is a stripper. And that is not gossip. That is the fact. Chichi is a stripper. Chichi been saying it. So she was in a conversation with DG when she made the statement that her roommate is a stripper. So what's the gossip? But Chichi was the same person on her level in front of Bella. She was there when Bella called Fina prostitute. In fact, she was giving the information. She was the one relaying, talking a gist that Amaka told her while they were in the arena, laying that gist on Bella. And Bella made a statement that she's an ashawo for moving so fast to Groovy. So the particular statement is already there. So for Fina to be in a conversation with these people that know that she said all these things about Fina, about her, that's what Chichi never wanted. So when I hear people talking about Fina throwing Chichi under the bus, that's lie.
Can I make a statement?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I want to clear something you mentioned, that Fina only told her level people that Chichi was a stripper. I beg to differ. Now, in communication, right, there's something called your tone, how you say things, right? People don't just talk. There is a how they say those things. I think it was in week 2, after the first head of house challenge, Hello Twags won the whole of level 2. They were put up for nomination, and I think it was the second week. I can't remember, but that was the week that the level 2 housemates, they had called for a strategic meeting. And they now decided that, okay, fine, they need to get to know each other's roommates. So they now started asking everybody. Remember that night, Kes was against the idea, because for him, it felt like they had all bonded with their roommates. So it would be like them throwing their roommates under the bus. Brian was the one that brought that idea, and he kept on insisting that no, that this is a game after all. They need to help each other enhance their gain, of winning, their chance of winning head about. Now, when it got to Fina's turn, Fina was the only housemate that spent a long time describing Chichi. Other housemates, Fina and Ruby actually, other housemates, they would just say something like, oh, this is my housemate is this, my housemate is that. Ruby said a lot of things about him, Shegun. He was the one that said that Shegun does not need the money, that he is the one that actually needs the money and is ready to do anything to get the money. Then when it got to Fina's turn, Fina talked and talked and talked to the point that other people started getting uncomfortable. Now, some of the things she said, aside her saying that Chichi was a stripper, she also made statements like that Chichi is a hustler. Chichi is the kind of person that if you just give her money now, she's down for anything. And in this kind of setting, if you make such a statement about a woman, what you mean is that the woman is a poor woman, like she's open. to any Tom, Dick, and Harry.
I definitely agree with you, Gloria. I
And so
definitely agree with
I'm
you over
bringing this to light. I'm bringing this to light because the way you said that Fina did not really say much about Chichi, I'm trying to let you know that no, that's wrong. Fina actually was the first person to slander Chichi on the show, and the cameraman was so mad because that very day that Fina was saying all of those things, I think the level one housemate they were excited about them winning the headabout, and they had shown them on the TV screen in their lounge. And Chomzi was there at the dining table, Chomzi and some other people, and they had called Chichi, oh, Chichi, is that not your roommate? And Chichi was saying a lot of flowery things about Fina. That, oh, that's my roommate. I love that girl. She's a very action girl. She was saying a lot of nice things, and the camera kept on switching. You know, that then we had the two channels. So the camera kept on switching, right? Whilst Chichi was saying nice things about Fina, Fina was busy slandering Chichi in the other house. So I just wanted to let you know that these two
Gloria,
people they actually slandered each other. All right.
like I said, I really agree with you when you said Fina said that how they call her Chichi is a hustler. I agree with you. You and I know the Fina that we're talking about. Fina is one person that she really don't take things as seriously as you would see it, because she's this kind of person that she would be saying this and she meaning something else. It's more like when they were down.
But she was repetitive. And you know, when people are having conversations and they're repetitive about their point, they want you to accept and understand that point. See, we watched the show, right? I'm Holy Ginger, and I'm not contesting anything you're saying, but I want us to clear the air that Fina is not the innocent one. Both ladies, they have
Fina is
slandered
not too
each
in.
other.
That's the reason why I want to say this. Fina is not as innocent. I'm not coming to be up here and make it seem as if to say Fina is the god and blah 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 blah. But I just want people to understand that these two people. I think we heard Fina when they even asked her. I think someone made that statement when she said that both of them has already make up. When Chichi came to the levels, she said that both of them talk in the makeup. So yes, the fixed thing. So definitely, Fina never had any other interior motive because the friendship got so thick. Even when Amaka was in the house, Chichi and Fina was still friendly. That's how well they bonded and trashed everything that is said on both levels. So last night, when they were basically maybe they didn't say all those things to each other faces, because last night those couple of things that Chichi said in front of Fina to make the other level one housemates realize that everything you people get on your mind and think, okay, maybe I'm a fake friend to Fina. Just as I said, Fina, when you're here, I said this and I said that and I said that. So what? That's what she said. And that was how she left. And we all saw what happened. When she said that, Fina didn't say anything else. Fina didn't say anything. She only laughed. And Fina wanted to drag on this entire issue. She was going to follow Bella and Sheggz them to the lodge, because they actually went to the lodge. But she went in the room with Groovy. So this entire thing, these people are friends. These people are friends. They're going to make up. So they think, Fina threw somebody under the truck and somebody threw somebody under the bus or the keke. I don't like people going about with that narrative. And Fina is not an alcoholic. Fina drink, yes, but she control herself. She knows that when she's taking alcohol, what to do and what not to do. So people should stop flying, with that particular narrative that she's an alcoholic and she normally don't have respect for friends and boundaries because she threw them on the bus. Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah,
All right. Thank you so much. Listen, I appreciate the fact that we're having this conversation because it needs to be had. Yeah, and I see that you're really passionate about Fina. But one thing I want to remind everybody is that the way people view the show, people react to the show per scene. All right. What I mean by per scene is this: you're watching the show right now, and something happens. Immediately, whatever happens that you've seen provokes a certain level of emotion in you. All right? It doesn't make you insane. No. It makes you human. It makes you humane. It means that you have emotions running through your veins. It means that you are watching the show and you're open. Sorry, I'm going to have to mute you, okay? So that your background noise. Okay. Thank you. So it means that you are open to enjoying the show as it comes, and that it's not wrong. All right. So when people like me, especially because what I watched yesterday, I felt like Fina really threw Chichi under the bus. Yes, I said it and I'll say it again. And I said that because of the way she handled the matter. Yes, I did a video about it. I explained it already. I'm not going to go into it again. But that was what I felt at that point in time of watching the show. Yes, we know that they're going to agree. I mean, look at the thing is, every week, every day of the week since this show started, housemates, they've pitted against each other, they've butt heads together, they've fought, they've quarreled, they've had altercations. I mean, look at Adekunle almost swallowing up Chichi when they were upstairs in level 1, you know. But look at today, they are very good friends, they talk. Now, what it means that night, okay, take for instance the Adekunle and Chichi's altercation when it happened. People were angry, the rage was real. And it is okay for the viewers to feel that way. Why? Because that was what happened at that point in time, and that was how their emotions reacted to that single action. And there's nothing wrong with that. So if people saw what happened last night between Fina and Chichi, and people are saying that Fina threw Chichi under the bus, it does not make Fina an evil person. No. It means that, sorry, hold on.
Can I say?
Hold on. Sorry. We cannot speak at the same time. Just hold on. It means that people watched that particular scene happen, and that was how people felt at that point in time. Also, it does not mean that the entire viewing audience was against Fina. No. There were also people that watched that particular scene play out, and the way they analyzed it, they could recognize that Chichi was also wrong. Chichi also had her wrongs, and we talked about it. You know, a lot of speakers have also come on here and they've talked about it as well. They've pointed out where Chichi went wrong. But why people are saying specifically that Fina threw Chichi under the bus is because of the way she handled the situation. She did not handle it well, in my opinion. A lot of people have actually said the same thing as well, because people expected better. Yes, people expected better from her. So, Holy Ginger Fab, I'm saying all of this because I do not really think that people are just saying what they're saying off air. No, they're saying it because when they were watching the show at that point in time, when that scene happened, that was how people felt. And you cannot cancel how people felt because everybody watching the show is human. I'm not sure that robots will watch the show and then they will feel what we are feeling. No, because they are not capable of feeling. All right? But people are feeling what they are feeling. People are reacting the way they are reacting because, one, they are human. Two, it is how they felt at that point in time, and their feelings are valid. And there's absolutely nothing wrong in them feeling what they feel. Today, Fina and Chichi, they're on good terms. They're happy. Everybody is happy seeing them back together. It does not mean that both ladies are evil. No. Same thing applies to every other housemate that has had issues in the house. When Sheggz and Bella are going crazy in the house, people will definitely drag them out. But when they are doing good, people will definitely talk about the good that they are doing. The other day, Sheggz contributed very much to the wager task. I gave him accolades. People gave him accolades. And that's because people saw the effort he put into the work. So I love what Doris is saying. It is the way Fina handled the situation that is making people say that she definitely threw Chichi under the bus. So just gonna
Okay, to conclude, let me just say a few words before because I have to give other people the chance to be able to talk. And by the way, it's my first time making it to your live studio.
I'm happy.
Yeah, it's the first time. Yeah, and it's exciting. All right. So people are entitled to their feelings, people are entitled to their opinions and how they think about the show. The only thing I would say is this, right? Majority of the people that are talking about, I'm being real now. Majority of the people that are talking about Fina throw someone under the bus or the truck, those are not really Fin Nation citizens. I know that they are forming narratives and agenda as they always do, but we at Fin Nation, we stand strong. We stand like no shaking, because we are watching the show also, and we are seeing they get some faint-hearted Fin Nation citizens. So when they hear something and they just feel so sad, and they decide to let go and flow with the party. No one get angry all you can, but please, 14 coming up, the Fina have to win this morning.
Exactly. You know what?
Thank you
Thank
so
you so
much.
much. I love the energy you brought in here. And listen, I want to applaud you for your maturity. You know, the way you handle this conversation. Some people will be pouncing on me right now. Oh, Glory, you must agree with everything I'm
No,
saying.
no, 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 no. It's not like that. It could be like
Exactly.
that.
Yeah. Really.
Okay, I'll
And
be up here
listen,
next time. Thank you.
my respect for you just skyrocketed as a Tina fan. This is what I love
Ah,
to see. No, really, and
thank you.
I appreciate viewers who have a faith on the show that are open-minded enough to accept the dynamics of the show. When I say dynamics, I mean that fans should be mature enough to understand that the way the viewers consume the show, they consume it according to the scenes that they view per second, per minute, per day, per week. Do you understand? Someone came on here to speak, and the person mentioned that, for instance, there was a week a particular housemate, Bella, had a bad week. That was the week that she had the Rachel issue. She had the Sheggz issue, Sheggz, abusing her and all of that. She had a bad week. And that week, people's sentiments will kind of gear towards Bella. This week, Chichi is having a bad week. Another week, another housemate will have a bad week. And you see, the way these housemates are fluctuating with their different actions and activities, that is how it is influencing the emotions of the viewers. Because the viewers are fully invested in the show, right? The viewers love these housemates for different reasons. So the problem I have now with some of these fans that have turned fanatics is when they fail to understand that it is okay for people who are not fans of their fave to watch the show and applaud their fave when they need to applaud their fave, and then to also criticize their fave when the need arises. If when their fave is being criticized, it does not mean that their fave is fake. No. I'll use myself as a typical example. There was a particular week, okay, I think it was in week 4, when Sheggz, Bella, and Chichi, Doing, and then Rachel did not see anything, she was just there. They had all collectively dragged Doing. Bella literally summoned Doing to the lounge. Doing was there. Like, she literally insulted Doing. I think she called Doing stupid. She was like, you must be very stupid. And she said a lot of nasty things. That night, I watched that conversation. That conversation panned out for 4 hours. All through that 4 hours, I was watching and I was rewriting the narrative because we were saying a lot of nasty things about Doing. I was rewriting the narratives on Twitter. Guess what? Doing's fans, they were literally kissing my ass all day. Oh, Glory, you are such an amazing person. We thank God for you. Thank you so much for justifying and vindicating Doing, blah, blah, blah. I did that because at that point in time, Doing had no fault. She had no wrong. She did absolutely nothing to warrant or to even deserve the nastiness and the toxicity she was getting from that group of persons. But guess what? Other times, Doing would do stuff and I will still tweet about it. And those same people, they will still come and drag me. Oh, you hate Doing. Oh, you are a very nasty person. And they will go ahead and ahead and ahead to drag their papa and their mama, saying that it's me that they are dragging. And the truth is, it's okay. Because as far as I'm concerned, people react to the show differently. So as I am here having my own reactions, those fanatics, they're allowed to have their own reactions. Where I have an issue is when they bring their madness to me and I put them in their place. So for you, Holy Ginger Fab, I want to especially appreciate you for being a fan of Fina that is very mature and emotionally intelligent, and you are open-minded enough to accept other people's opinion about your faith. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. There are other people not like you. There are so many people that are not like you, Clara. There are some people, right? They are bent on a negative in agenda because the person is not their faith. Like they are just like that. Whether they are saying the right thing, they are not going to say the right thing. They are going to form some sort of narrative around it. But however, it was a pleasure being up here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And please feel free to come by anytime. We meet here on Wednesday, 7 p.m. WAT. Saturday, 3 p.m. WAT. Look forward to having more likes of you. All right. Okay. Quickly, we move on to Tonia. Hi, Tonia.
Hi, Gloria. How are you doing?
I'm fine. You're welcome to the conversation. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
This is my first time on the show, and I'm so happy to be here.
I'm glad to have you on here. Okay, so let's hear your thoughts about the gist that we've been gisting all through this live.
Okay, I'm going to start with the one that just finished. That's the Chichi Fina situation last night. So for me, Fina was very very wrong because Chichi is our friend, and there are some type of things you just need to let go, and especially the people she's in the space with, like Bella Sheggz and Elo Swags and Shumsey. They don't really like her. Like, they don't like her. So why would she just put Chichi out there like that? Because they are not her friends. Aside the whole issues, you see they'll also go back now and start gossiping about Fina, about Chichi, because they are not friends. So I did not really see any reason why Fina she was chatting too much yesterday, and it was not nice at all. I was very, very angry when I woke up this morning. I'm actually a Fina fan, but at the same time I need to say the truth when it's necessary to say it. You understand? So for
Exactly.
Chichi, what I felt was like because she actually told Fina everything, like, I gossiped about you when you were not here. So they've had that conversation between themselves. So I don't really see anything they were going to say about Chichi to Fina anymore, because literally they've said everything they had to say. So I just felt like, according to Chichi, she said she had issues with Chomzi, like she has entered the room and told Chomzi to keep her name off her mouth before. So I was feeling like she didn't want to go into that room because she felt like it's going to create some kind of drama and all those things. So that was why she went to Daniela and Groovy to take Fina out there, because she initially felt that Fina was on the floor because they've had a lot of alcohol intake. To be honest, Fina is an alcoholic. Yes, she is. Yes, I'm a fan of her, but the truth needs to be said. She's an alcoholic. She likes to take too much alcohol, and it's not good. She's a lady. It's not good for her. So I believe that Chichi was just trying to look out for Fina at that point, like trying to call people, because like the people that were in that room, she was not friends with them. So, and she knew that if really Fina was really tipsy, like if she was really tipsy and she fell on the floor, they were going to laugh at her. Maybe after she left that place, that's Bella Sheggz and Chomzi, they were going to laugh at her. So that was why she was trying to ask and look for somebody to take her out of that room. For me, that's my own, like, I don't know, that's my own opinion about it. So I don't know if it's right or wrong, but that was what I just feel. I don't know if Chichi had other motive behind it, but I just feel like she has said everything she had to say to Fina, so there was no point to add anything from Fina, or because even when they were having the conversation close to their closet, I remember when she came outside, when she was asking Sheggz, what do you want to say? Like, what do you have to say?
Exactly.
I've already told Fina everything I have to say. So what do you want to say that I've not said? So just chill. So she concentrated, she started talking to Fina, like explaining everything all over again to make her understand. So for me, I just feel like Chichi was trying to look out for Fina, to leave that. Those people, they are very, very toxic. Like, I don't know, they are characters. I don't know, they gossip about each other. You see Chomzi, even when Chomzi left to level 3, she had a lot of gossip about Bella and Sheggz. So
Exactly.
when Fina leave that place, they are going to gossip about her. So what's her name, Chichi knew them very well, so she was just trying to take Fina out of that space, to leave that space, because she was already drunk and she was feeling responsible because she gave the drink to Fina. She actually bought her the drink they had that night. So the whole for me, I know Chichi is wrong to an extent, because she should have gone into the room to take Fina out of there. But at the same time, she was just trying to avoid some kind of issues that she didn't want. So it's quite understandable when she explained. Fina overreacted, and I also know that Fina overreacting was part of the alcohol, because if she was not on alcohol, if she did not have a lot of alcohol yesterday, okay, if she did not have a lot of alcohol yesterday, I believe she would not have escalated the whole issue to the point where it got to that yesterday. So my opinion is that Fina should stop drinking too much. I don't know. she should reduce the way she's taking her alcohol, and she should try
All
and
right.
be for her friends.
All right. Thank you so much, Sonia. Thank you so much. I
Yeah.
appreciate the fact you kept saying that it's your opinion and it's fine to have an opinion about this
Yeah.
thing. Thank you so much. Okay,
Thank
we quickly move on to G. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, could you project more, please? Thank
Oh,
you.
okay. Can you hear me now?
Better. How are you?
I'm good, and you?
I'm fine. Welcome to the conversation.
Thank you. First of all, you're
Thank you.
looking great. I love this your hair. I wish you
Thank
could,
you.
give it to me.
Thank
So
you.
I really appreciate your channel and all your analysis and all you've been doing. Keep
Thank
it up.
you.
Keep going. More heights, more
Thank
grace to
you.
your elbow, and more favor of God to you. So first of all, I would like to correct. I'm not anybody fan. Let me just put it out there. I'm not any of them fan because I don't follow it back to back. So I'm not. I believe number one, this is a game. So everybody's
Mhm.
playing their game. So if you are watching it with too much emotions, I don't know, like
Mhm.
the way people have started Twitter fighting and Instagram fighting, is just anyhow. So, but number one, I think it would be too quick to label Fina an alcoholic because in that close space, if you see an alcoholic real life, they can't even function without, a sip or a drop of alcohol on an everyday
Mhm.
basis. Then secondly, I would like to touch on this Sheggz and Bella relationship.
Okay.
I noticed something like, and that's why I'm saying the probability of him going home before Ebuka talked. Let's say if Ebuka had not spoken, the probability of him going home would have been very high. But after Ebuka talked, I was just looking on Twitter and Instagram, and the probability of him going home seems a bit lower, and it might be very trickish for him to go home. Like I won't be surprised. Let's say if Adekunle goes home and him, Bella, and Sheggz don't go home. That's what I'm trying to say. Because it made me to start asking myself, okay, did Ebuka ask that question number one for the benefit of Bella, or for the benefit of Sheggz, or for the benefit of Big Brother, or for the benefit of what the Shella content is giving to Big Brother? Do you get?
Mhm.
Because left for him with his bad attitude, let's say he was now voted on Monday, like it will be a no-brainer at the point that yes, he's going home. But now it looks as if he's not going home. Although due to because of that dinner, the unromantic dinner that happened, it looked like one of them may go home. And that dinner, like for real, like even me self that is even naive self, my own naivety no even reach that level. Like is I don't know, somebody will not be using marriage to be like the rope to be dragging my head. Like I don't understand. You people have dinner. I mean, that's the opportunity for you to be, even if there is no chemistry. I'm not saying people should kiss, don't pounce on yourself, but
Mhm.
discuss more, be more vulnerable. Like you are still singing the ringtone of "You Be My Wifey," as in we've heard that one before. Come up with something fresh, like be more
Exactly.
vulnerable. It just didn't make sense. Then, but one thing that made me to start understanding Bella's, I don't know, will I say, way of accepting this guy is when she said that her Dano tax of her not, being, not meeting her father. And yes, although I agree that her brothers loved her very much, but I don't know how to put it. There's this fatherly, if this fatherly gap is not in a female's life, there's this, or a fatherly figure, kind of. There's difference between brotherly figure and fatherly figure in that female's life. There tends to be this gap that she there tends to be this hold that Sheggz, to me, I feel is taking advantage of. Like in the dinner where he say from the moment she walked in, he even notice down to her box, notice down to her what is inside her box. Like he really studied the person that he will be able to follow, and he followed her down to the distance. And then if you listen to the conversation she had with Chizzy and Doing the night that Sheggz went upstairs, that she was saying if she marry, her mother will even say she should stay in the marriage, even if she's the one that is wrong. Her mother will support the guy. I was like, she rich like that, ne? Like,
Wow.
it now made me to start looking at her psychology a bit differently. Like something really went wrong somewhere that made this relation hard to be in this stupid relationship. That's the thing. And then maybe her brain has rebooted that the relationship is not going anywhere. But for the sake of say, like all these marriages where the marriage is crash landing inside the house, but they want to be using to bite everybody outside. That's how their relationship is. That's how it is. Then for Groovy, I would say, is a very good player. That's one thing. If you notice, he's very careful with his words, not to label that relationship, as in, so that tomorrow in the reunion or outside, you will not get easy to hold his leg. That like Emmanuel, the way the way they dragged Emmanuel because they were receipts. Everything he said was played out for him. Like, so he's big. He's saying that his silence is golden rule. Like, and silent people fear them sometimes. Like, you don't know what is going on in their head, and the fact that they don't talk and they don't react, they don't dramatize. You can't really predict where their mind is going. So that's one thing about Groovy that I can say, that he is very careful, like not to answer. If you say if I have girlfriend, I will make I no win the 100 million. There's a high probability you no go win the 100 million. So how is the swear taking effect? It's not like you swore with your life. You swore with 100 million that there's a 1 in 8 chances. How many chances of the remaining housemates? That's one thing I noticed. So for me, I would say Groovy is like the master player in that game. He has ended up in a way that he latched himself to Fina, who, yes, she has a strong fan base. Groovy has not really tested the fan base yet. That you say, okay, it's Fina's fan base. That and again, Fina sabi cook. Fina is this one that is willing to put him as Lord and Master, husband, Olori me, all this my husband. She carry Groovy for head, and he knows. And since she's also providing his stomach activity, that one is also balanced. But he tries as much as possible not to be caught up in his words that tomorrow, like this Sheggz now, I'm just imagining if they evict this guy tomorrow, he's not now married Bella. That would be premium dragging. They will drag the way they will drag two of them, they will use them to rob the whole of street of Lagos, although they are London. Or another one is that he should come out from that house and he cannot prove all those things he has been talking. All the London, all the policemen know him, they shout big Sheggz. Make it come out now 1 bedroom flat in they stay for, even 1 bedroom self even better. Now flat share in they stay for London. They will now do him premium dragging. So that's what me I have to say. The fight between
Thank
Fina and
you.
Chichi, two of them
Thank
have
you.
been matured enough to sit down and hash out their boss before. So hopefully, one thing is that the way Fina went about it was not good. Like, you can easily
Yeah.
call your girl to one side and correct her if she's truly your person. You don't need to come and involve the whole building on the matter between you and Chichi. So, but I believe that two of them will settle it. So that's just my
Right.
own take. And anyway, keep
Thank
on
you.
analyzing. I follow your videos,
Thank you
because
so
some of
much.
us don't
Thank
really
you.
are not really there in the country, and again, I don't get time to the really solve. So all these times, either I watch it from people that really upload the whole videos, and then I come to now see
Yeah.
analysis. I sit down and say,
Thank
at least we
you.
are taking almost in the same direction. But
Yeah.
keep doing the good work, keep doing the
Thank
Lord's
you
work.
so much,
So
G. Thank you so
continue.
much. I really
Okay.
appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank
Let's move on to Cherish. Hi, Cherish.
Hi, Glory. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're welcome to the conversation.
Okay, good evening. Thank you very much for this platform. Okay, so I
You're
don't take
welcome.
much time. I was going to talk about the Shella and everything, but I feel people have given a lot of good ideas already. So let me just speak on something. I want to
Okay.
speak on something that the lady that just left just said. I feel like people have the general perception about quiet people. Like, okay, quiet people are very evil. I don't have a favorite in the house, first of all, but I gravitate towards somebody because we have similar personality traits. So that people that will be like, oh, because Gugu is quiet, he's wicked. And it's funny because amongst my friends, the people that are even loud, the evil that they would do, I wouldn't even think about doing it. So there's that general perception already. And I think that's one of the reasons people are like, oh, Groovy this, Groovy that. About their relationship, I don't even know why people are putting too much emphasis on it. This is a game. Personally, like whatever they decide to do outside, that's fine. If they decide to continue, good. If they don't decide to continue, both of them are better off whether together or not together. I don't care too much about that. And in the case of love, I feel like I can see I I I like how they both respect each other, and I feel like they have different love languages. And in the case of not being sure where you are at the moment, that's okay. I have brothers, and there are certain girls that my brothers want to bring home, not because they don't like them, but because they respect them. They want this atmosphere where, like, I want to get to know you more. So in case I bring you home, that respect is still there. Like, you have this comfort. And for you to think you know somebody enough in that house to fall in love, like Sheggz and Bella, that's crazy. You're on the live TV television. If I'm in that house, there are certain things I will say about myself. Let me say, okay, my auntie was beating me, and that's a big factor in my life that reshaped how I think and live as a person. I won't come on live television and say it. But me saying that thing would make a lot of sense to how I relate, to how I am as a person. There are certain things that have shaped Fina the way she is, the way she relates, that she won't necessarily have to say it on TV. She might just say, okay, yes, I came from the streets. But maybe that's not all. Maybe there's a more story that needs to be told. And for you to want to be like, okay, I love somebody and I know somebody, sometimes you need to go out, be outside the house, get to know more about each other before you decide that you are in love or whatever. So claiming love and marriage in that house, this is what Sheggz and Bella are doing. It's just crazy to me because how do you know somebody for 7 weeks and you want to marry them and blah, blah, blah? Like, you don't know that person. No matter what they show you, even the realest of the realest person is not telling you their whole story. They know the camera is on them and they're cautious about that. So, like, and then again, like, don't watch this show with too much emotion. You're just going to die. So just take what you are seeing and just leave the rest. So I don't take much time, Glory, but I love your videos. I don't watch the shows like I said that much. I just come to about the Chichi and Fina's fight. I watched your video and I totally agree with everything. I felt like both of them were wrong to some extent, but I just wish they'll fix it and move on. Like, nobody is perfect in that house. So that's all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And more thank you for keeping it short. Thank you very much. And yeah, so that's the advice. You watch the show with too much emotion of dragging people, you just kill yourself. Anyways, we quickly move on to Temi Tokbe. Hi, Temi Tokbe. Hello.
Hi, Glory.
Hi, you're welcome to the conversation.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to appreciate you. The first
Thank you.
time I saw your channel, I was impressed by how well spoken you are. Thank you very much. You are so detailed.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much for all the updates you give us. Without
Thank
much
you.
further ado, like you always say,
Yes.
let me go into it.
Yes.
First of all, I would like to speak about Chichi and Fina. I don't think Chichi has any reason to be insecure with Fina. I want to follow the narrative one of the speakers said. I think she didn't want to go into that room because she's really not friends with those people there anymore. So she probably wouldn't want them to think, oh, I want to grab Fina out of here because I don't want her to say some things about me. Okay, maybe probably she didn't want to give them that impression. That was why she went to get other people to pull Fina out. Anyway, we don't know, or I believe that might be one of the reasons why she did what she did. However, both of them went about it a very wrong way, both Fina and Chichi. For Bella and Sheggz, well, I believe those two suit each other. They feed off each other. I really don't know what their relationship is about, but you can tell that those two people feed off each other. And for their dinner date, I was expecting more of Sheggz. I thought, oh, okay, now he has the opportunity to redeem himself. I was expecting him to use the opportunity to apologize to Bella. Like, oh, babe, like he always says, I'm sorry for all the names I call you. I expected more of him to even write a maybe love note or something, appreciating her, and then, apologizing for how he had, treated her, especially when Ebuka opened her eyes. Well, but he didn't do anything. We're hearing the
Sorry,
same old,
let
same
me,
old.
let me add something. Do you see a problem there? Do you see that Sheggz is so caught up in himself that he does not think he did anything wrong?
Exactly.
Exactly.
And then for the eviction, this eviction had stressed me the whole week. Had been thinking about it. I don't know how Big Brother wants to go about this eviction. Because the three other people, it stressed me, especially for Chomzi, because Chomzi is feeling she's feeling at the top of the world. She feels like she's the best contender. And I just want her out of the house. She's not even one of the top 10 or even the top 20, if not for the, level 1 and 2 that took place the very first, first few weeks. I don't know how Big Brother wants to go about it. I don't know their plans. I don't know how they will get 6 people or 6 housemates out of the house on Sunday. It has really stressed me. I'm really waiting. My fingers are crossed. And for Doyin and Brian, oh my goodness, Doyin needs to put herself in her place. I don't know. She's more than what I don't know how to put it. She needs to place herself high. She needs to, first of all, respect herself, love herself before she expects more from other people. She doesn't move, let me say, she doesn't move with her tribe. She doesn't really even gravitate towards the people that respect her. Why does she keep, stooping so low, forcing herself on the people that don't really want her? The moment she begins to learn how important she is, how intelligent she is, then she will start to respect and love herself. I don't know, probably when she comes out of the house, she might probably needs to see someone too, because she feels like she knows it all. She's a therapist, but she herself needs a therapist. She needs one therapist for herself. Chomzi needs help. But Chomzi, I believe she needs help. Maybe once she comes out of the show, she really needs to see people because the way she expresses herself, especially whenever Fina speaks, so condescending, you could tell that she has so much hatred for Fina, and the way she places everyone beneath her toes, beneath her feet. She needs help. She needs help.
And
all in all, I'm just waiting for the eviction night. I don't know how they want to manage that. I don't know.
And aside her needing help, I think most of the housemates this season, I think they have a lot of growing up to do. And this is one thing I've seen that a lot of people say that, oh, after the show they would have involved in life. Well, there's an extent that they can only evolve to. There's only an extent that they can evolve to. I mean, popularity, yes, they get it. Money, they will get it. Connection, some of them will get it.
Exactly.
Elevation in life, they will get it. But emotional intelligence, character building, are some of them going to achieve it in just 6 months, 1 year? I don't think so. So they will need to grow up with age, just like wine, fine wine, they will need to grow up in age and also grow up in their minds as well. Because they are really young. It's only a few of them that's above 25. Adekunle, Bella, Sheggz, who else? Doing, I think Lisa she's 57, some of them like that. But you see, most of them that like Chomzi is I think 22 or 23. The way her mouth is, blah, 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 the way her body is always, she doesn't know how, and that is where age and maturity comes into play. She doesn't really know
exactly.
manage. There's a way you don't like someone. It's not like you're hiding it, but you know how to manage situations you find yourself with that person. That is what the life of Chomzi has not really mastered yet. Chomzi does not know how to contain herself. So she just opens her mouth and anything comes out of it. The other day she said, "Oh, Dafina is a mad woman," and I'm like, "Wow, okay."
That
She just
was too
opens her
much.
mouth. Yeah, that was too much. She's that extreme when she wants to express herself. And we have the same issue with Brian. Brian wants to express himself and he keeps screaming emotional
Exactly.
intelligence, but he says a lot of
Intelligence.
crap. Exactly.
But he
So that's
himself is not even emotionally intelligent, the way he goes about it.
exactly. His own understanding of emotional intelligence is flawed. He understands it in a way that favors him as a young person. And he needs a lot of growing up to have the proper understanding of that concept. But anyways, thank you so much, Temitope. It was a pleasure having you on here.
Thank you
Thank you.
so much, Glory. And for the record, this is my first time joining the live stream. Though I've been coming on live, but this is the first time I will join in the conversation to speak. I'm so happy I could talk today.
I
Thank
am happy
you.
to actually speak. Thank you so much. And feel free to come anytime we have a live stream. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank
Okay.
you.
So we're gonna have okay. We're about to end right now. So we're gonna have Sia speak first, and then we'll have Latricia, and that's what we call it the night. Okay. So Sia's gonna go first because Sia has been here and he had network issues. So we're just gonna move with Sia first. Hi, Sia.
Hello.
Sia, first of all, I want to thank you for coming back. I noticed that for two live streams now, I think previous Saturday and this Wednesday, you were really struggling with your connection to join to no avail. I was pained, but there was nothing I could do to assist you. So it was really frustrating for me, just as it was frustrating for you as well. So I am happy that you made it today. You're especially welcome.
Thank you so much, Glory. Thank you so much. How are you doing? Looking good?
I'm good. Yes, I'm good. I'm good. You're welcome.
Oh, it's been a fight. I was just going to break this gadget. I was like, I give up.
I'm glad you did. Okay, Sia, of all the things that's been happening this week, which one really caught your attention?
Oh, hey, Glory. Yeah, this year's show is okay. Let me start with the famous couple, the so-called London couple. You see, I don't know if you remember we spoke about Big Brother trying to. I don't know if these guys want these people in the show by force. The way they're maneuvering around them, yeah, I can't believe this. I really can't believe it. So that line of these two people and the way Big Brother is doing things, there was a time somehow I felt like, let me just stop watching this thing, man, because I can see that there are other narratives that are going on, favoritism and stuff like that, But I was like, okay, let me continue because I love watching the show. So I think for me, it's the way from the strikes they received. You spoke about this thing in your videos for quite some time. It felt so unfair. Those people shouldn't be relaxing, enjoying that house so much because the way they have been misbehaving, especially Sheggz. I don't know if maybe Sheggz has got Big Brother's private line or what, I don't know. It seems like there's something that guy, maybe he knows, I don't know, because you can't be so disrespectful to the point that is why other housemates also feel that they can also push Big Brother a bit. But they see that, okay, if this London boy can do this, then we can also give it a shot. Why must we behave? So now there are tendencies from all of them to have that sort of misbehaving. You know what I'm trying to say? But yeah, honestly speaking, Gloria, I'm like, I'm tired. I am really tired. I'm really tired of this level up. There's the level 3. Yo, another headache. I was like, wow, what is going on? People, I mean, you can't allow the public to vote and vote and vote and vote. And you decide, we know it's your show, it's Big Brother show, but you decide to say, okay, guys, these ones now, I want to keep them. For what? We don't know. I mean, how fair is it to the other guys who left? You know, so the thing that make the show, man, a bit annoying, as you like to say, annoying. It is very annoying.
Of
But
course.
I'm
Of
lost for
course.
words. I'm lost for words. This year, I don't even know where to start or begin. But I'm just saying, let's see what tomorrow brings. Maybe tomorrow, I don't know. I
Okay.
don't know.
As you said, we'll wait for tomorrow. We'll wait and see what tomorrow brings. We're hoping that the organizers deliver the evicted housemates to us. Take them out of the house and deliver them to us. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
But anyway, Glory, keep doing the good job, because I have the time. We can't watch this thing. We're very busy, but you know we've got our girl on the on the show who keeps us up to date. So, Glory, let's try it on Wednesday, because now I am really frustrated with this network. I can see now. I don't know even if you're hearing me or not, but I see you and I don't see you. I don't know who's watching me or what. I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know if you're hearing me now or not. I don't know.
No, I can hear you. I can see you. I can see you. But as you said, Wednesday, all right, because we're about to round off now. But really, thank you so much, Tia. And I'm really happy that you were able to join today. Hopefully, you're able to join as well on Wednesday. Okay?
I will definitely try for Wednesday, definitely.
All right. All right.
I
Thank you.
don't
So
think-
we'll quickly move on to Latricia. She's going to be our final speaker now. Hi, Latricia.
Hi.
Hello, Latricia.
Oh, he's gone. Hi, Glory. How are you?
I'm fine. Finally, you made it. I am happy. How are you?
I'm also fine. Hey, I'm tired. I came back running. I did not get to hear other speakers. So I only caught it where the lady who was defending Fina a lot. So maybe I'm going to say things that are already clarified, but I'm going to be as short as possible. Glory, I just want to give my highlight for this week, please. The highlights, obviously, it is the Fina Chichi thing. It's exactly what I said the other time, right on this platform, where I said, Fina, good as she is, or whatever things that we like about her, but then the issue of her being the alpha female, I don't agree. She lacks the quality of being the alpha female, because all the way, the manner in which she's handling the issues that she has with her friends, let's not talk about us, but then with her friends, in the way she's handling them. Remember Amaka, remember now she's doing almost the same thing as she did on Chichi. And Chichi has shown her the best loyalty. Remember, they were in the same room, lockdown room, together. We don't know for how long, maybe 2 weeks at most. Then they went to the houses. The houses, I mean, Chichi created friendship with those Sheggz and Chomzi and Bella, and for 2 weeks, a period of 2. After that, they were matched together. But then she went for her friend of the previous time. You get that? She compromised those others. And it was not an easy compromise, because then there were fights and all that, although they were not specifically fighting about her leaving them being with Fina, but she still maintained her stand to say, my friend. You get that? So, but for her today, I am not saying Fina was supposed not to be angry. When I received the message, the first step that she did, I appreciate it. She went out of the room and went down to go and hear what really happened. When she went down, the fact that she started, I think she started with who's this, Sheggz, instead of going straight to the friend. You understand? She goes to Sheggz, whom she was.
Latricia,
I don't know if you can hear. Can you hear me?
Okay, if you can hear me, can you use only your audio? Use only your audio. I think your connection will be better. Okay.
Okay. Then when she went to approach them about the issue, I think she was not. I think actually what she was supposed to do, she was supposed to talk to Chichi in a polite manner so that they can hear each other and hear her side of things. Because the purpose of Chichi going to get her there and calling people that let's go and get her. Actually, if we can be honest, she was protecting her from herself. You get that? Knowing that when she is drunk, she might do things that she might not appreciate tomorrow. So that is a friend that I would prefer who is protecting me, because things that we sometimes do when we are drunk are things that we are not proud of tomorrow. So having people around you who know you that when you are drunk, you are likely to say wrong things or you are likely to do wrong things, then I appreciate such people to be around such energy, because that means I will never hit a stone with my leg when I'm around them when I'm drinking, because and she says she likes to drink. And also the lady who said we say people are saying Fina is an alcoholic or what. According to me, we cannot really say Fina is an alcoholic. The issue here is the aftermath. Drinking alcohol, it's okay, everybody can drink alcohol, but obviously there is always a behavior after drinking. That behavior, it doesn't necessarily mean that you are an alcoholic, but then it says the character of you that maybe it's been hidden by your sober senses, but then now when you are drunk, everything comes loose. And there is absolutely nothing wrong in that. We all have our things in the closet. When we are drunk, things happen. We are different people. There is absolutely nothing wrong. As long as she's not killing people or killing herself, that is, it's okay. It's only that Chichi was really, according to what I heard in their conversation, she was really trying to protect Fina against herself. And moving to the couple, I can't call them the couple. They disappointed me in their dinner. I thought they were going to show us roses and love and everything. But there is one thing about love, Glory. Love is something that things happen spontaneously. They just happen. You can plan that we're going to do this, but then you may find yourself doing something else out of love. They happen spontaneously. So those kids, I hope their faves are watching, because really they are playing us. That is a play.
Trisha,
Lefa. Hello.
Yeah, I'm here, Latricia. Sorry about that. Please continue.
Okay. I was saying their dinner thing that they were so rushing, so much rushing Big Brother to give them. We didn't see anything there. They were just sitting there as if they are waiting for a bus at the bus stop. You understand? They arrived early at the bus stop at the airport waiting for a plane. They were just sitting there. There was nothing that we were seeing. And funny, the camera was sitting there on them all the time. And yet there was nothing that they were doing that is interesting or even saying, if I should say that.
Yeah.
And lastly, there was a Twitter space. Hey, where they were talking about, I don't know what Twitter is. I just came across it. A Twitter space is going all over South Africa, and everybody's like, if this should happen in South Africa, actually, this boy was not going to do it. Remember how this guy with the dreads and the tattoos in Bbnaija, who's that? The one with the tattoos. Not BU. The one with a lot of tattoos. The one with a lot of tattoos. Ah, man, why do I forget his name? Anyway, the one who had a fight with this other lady, and the lady said, you abused me, the way you spoke to me, it was harassment and all that. You remember we even said, no, she was being malicious, and domestic violence is taken serious in our country. Temba.
Oh, yes. Oh, God. How will I forget that?
The guy's name is Temba.
Yeah. Yes, carry on, please. Hello, Latricia.
Glory.
I'm here. Carry on, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. I can hear you. Carry on. Yeah. I can hear you. Carry on.
Okay. Yes, I said, remember how worried Temba was about the issue of him and Nale, just that small issue. If what Sheggz did here, I am telling you, South Africa would be up and down. Actually, he wasn't going to even do it because they are so sensitive, and that is domestic violence. But on that space, they were defending him. They were saying, Sheggz is a loving boy, he's a good boy, and the girl is not complaining. And let me tell you, the people who were defending him, it's women who were defending Sheggz on what he is doing to that girl. I'm telling you. I want to agree.
It's fine.
Yes, it was women saying Sheggz is right, they are okay, those people. And I thought, but there was a lady from Kenya who came in and she said, no ways, we cannot allow that. Yes, Bella is arrogant, is rude and all that, but then still it doesn't give Sheggz the right to treat her like that. Because instead of Bella being better now, growing better from being rude and all that, she is going to be even more worse. We are not saying her attitude and all that, it's right, Bella. It's not right. It makes her not to be likable. She's not likable. But listen, you remember the look that she gave her when Ebuka was approaching them. He just, before Bella could answer, when they said, can you respond to that? Immediately, the guy looked at Bella. That on its own, it tells you that this person is an abuser. Yes, the look was not saying, I'm going to beat you. But then the fact that he immediately turned his head and looked at her, that means he is not comfortable now. His world is shaken. He wants to hear it clearly and see it coming out from you. And they were even dragging Ebuka, saying Ebuka is talking lies and all that is against. And I said, but I think when Ebuka prepares his questions, they check the receipts, they check on they've got access to everything. And I thought, I don't know where these people are from, but then whatever that they are saying, it's very much disappointing. At this day and age, we are still saying it's okay for a man to talk such rubbish to a woman, to rubbish a woman like that. Leave her. If she is that bad, she is that rude. Yes, there are people like that in the world, but leave her and then continue with your life. Somebody will be able to manage her rudeness and everything. As I'm saying that, we are not saying Bella is an angel, and that Bella is now trapped in that thing because they formed sort of an alliance. I'm telling you, if one of them is evicted, then I have a feeling that one of them will be going home tomorrow. If one of them is evicted, more especially if Sheggz leaves, I am telling you, we are going to see something else. Because now they made their own cocoon on the side. And yes, they've got other people that they are talking to and all that. But Bella without Sheggz is her signature. You understand? Sheggz will try as a man to survive without Bella, but then Bella, I'm telling you, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a struggle for her to survive in that house without Sheggz. That is all from me, Glory.
Thank you so much, Latricia. I mean, I'm really shocked by that Twitter space. I mean, I can't believe it. I can't believe. Wow, I'm speechless. I'm speechless. But I'm not really surprised. I'm not really surprised because when domestic violence happens most of the time, it will shock you to know that women are mostly in favor of whatever is going on in that space. So I'm not really surprised. Yeah. And when you ask some of those women what informs their stance on the matter, they will tell you, oh, they are Sheggz fans, and that they are being loyal. And that's the ugly thing about this relationship between fans and their fans. Some fans, they've lost their head. They've lost all sense of reasoning and all sense of humanity in them. That it shocks you when you hear the way they approach issues when it concerns their faith. But then that's their own problem. That's their headache.
And every person is born with the spirit of discernment. So they lack the spirit of discernment, the ability to make the right judgment. If you can have that, you will be able to see that, you know what, as much as I like Glory, but on this one, she is not right. So that the person can be a better person, can be corrected. But then they are not doing it any good for him. When he comes out, I don't think he's going to enjoy being in Big Brother, this boy.
Honestly.
Anyway, thanks,
Thank
Glory.
you.
Thanks for.
Thank you so much, Latricia. I'm so happy you were able to make today's live stream. Thank you so much. Yes, and this is where we're going to end today's conversation. Once again, we've been here for 4 hours. It's a lot of hours. So thank you all so much. I really appreciate all of you making our time to join today's conversation. As usual, you are all really appreciated. For those of you that joined the virtual conversation, God bless all of you for coming through. For those of you that have been very active in the comment section, I see you, I recognize you, and I appreciate all of you. For those of you that tried joining and you had network issues. My sincerest apologies. I hope that next time you're able to join. Remember, it's a free for all community. You can come on here and express yourself as much as you like. Yes, and what else? Yeah, please, guys, don't forget to like this video. All right, it goes a long way to encourage the work being put into all of this. All right, and it's free. You're not paying money to like. All right, so give this video a thumbs up. You see the thumbs up button? Just click on it. I mean, it's going to really go a long way to encourage this work. And again, thank you all. Thank you all. And for those of you that do not know what we do on here, I'm just going to go ahead and play this clip. Okay, so everybody have an amazing night's rest. We are going to be having more videos coming up soon. Remember, tonight is the 8th Saturday night party of the season. Juicy tea coming your way very soon. You don't want to miss out. And guys, I still beg all of you, please, any of my videos that you watch, please like my videos and feel free to share the videos up as well. There's no violation according to Sheggz. There's no violation. Feel free to share the video. And that said, everybody have an amazing, amazing night's rest. Bye. Hey, stop right here. Don't go anywhere. You are especially welcome to my YouTube channel. My name is Glory Elijah, and this right here is Frankly Speaking with Glory. I am the girl with the tea. I give detailed analysis of reality TV shows like Big Brother Bbnaija, like Nigerian Idols, like The Voice Nigeria. You know, basically any reality TV show that actually interests you, it automatically becomes my interest as well. I literally carry up on my head. I give detailed analysis, I give detailed reviews. I run commentaries also because I want us to have fun. I want us to catch cruise. I want us to, you know, vibe to stuff like that. And reality TV shows are not the only kind of content that I put out on my channel. I also do movie reviews. So you see this Glory Elijah of a girl, she's a very, very boring sport. Guys, for real. I am super, super boring. However, whenever I feel like passing my time, you know, just having my own fun, chilling, being in a zen mode, I catch up on movies, which I find very, very interesting or exciting. But also, guys, I love reviewing those annoying ones because, hey, we have to call them out. You cannot come and waste my data, you cannot come and waste my precious time watching some really annoying movies. And I also talk about trending social topics because, of course, this life has to be balanced, okay? It's not all about entertainment and fun all the time. We also need to talk about those serious issues that concerns me, that also concerns you as well. You're about to have a blast on this channel. I also share my life experiences from time to time. Yes, that is when people ask me to talk about it. But if people don't ask me to talk about it, sometimes I do not feel the need to talk about it. I like keeping my private things private. But once again, you are welcome to my YouTube channel, and as I told you before, you are in the right space. Trust me, you will be so addicted to this channel. People are going to be asking you, what's happening with you? Are you okay? And hey, don't forget to turn on post notification, all right? That is the best way for you to always receive alerts of my videos. So you see what I'm